try to silence the truth we shout, but we're still here, we're still calling out. Corruption hides behind a badger name. We light the fire, expose the shame. We're justice seekers, we'll fight the fight for every voice lost in the night. My life mattered is the cry we sing for the ones they tried to bury within. It's just us, we're a movement wide. Together we rise, won't run nor hide. The stories echo, the pain runs deep. For stolen lives we can't just weep. Elected power, but their hearts are cold. We'll bring the truth, let it be told. We're justice seekers, we'll fight the fight for every voice lost in the night. My life mattered is the cry we sing for the ones they try to bury within. It's just us, we're a movement wide. Together we rise, won't run nor hide. We're justice seekers, we'll fight the fight. The heroes undo the harm, calling out corruption. We'll stand tall for justice and truth. We'll risk it all. My life mattered is the cry we sing. Together we rise, let freedom ring.
Hi there. Good evening, social change warriors and justice seekers. Welcome to Social Change Warriors and another episode of our Wednesday night Angry Bitch Club. This is our night where we like to vent. Sometimes we swear on Wednesdays. We try to keep it clean, YouTube. We do our best, but we like to vent about the cases, the victims and their families and what they've been through. And then on Thursday night, we call out the corruption that's involved in their cases, that is keeping their cases from solving and from finding justice for their loved ones. And Fridays, we are covering trials. We are currently in the midst of the Karen Reed trial, Justice for John O'Keefe. And tonight, we're having a special episode again of our Friday Night Lies, giving you the updates and the reviews of what happened this week in the Karen Reed trial. We are in the home stretch. So welcome, everyone. As you can see by our background tonight, we are going to court. So I am Catherine Felton Page. I am the founder of Social Change Warriors and your host for our 3 nights of live stream. And I welcome all of you back. Welcome to our subscribers. Welcome to our new subscribers. Welcome to anyone who's new tonight, who's checking us out. We hope that you will subscribe. If not, we hope you'll come back and check us out again and give us a second look. But we are here to advocate for victims who have died by the hands of someone else, not their choice, not a disease, not medical, not old age. but because somebody had an evil day or an evil life, whatever the case may be for that individual perpetrator, but they took the life of a loved one. And we are working with their families to advocate for them, to get justice for them, and to do our best to bring their case into the limelight the best we can. We are a very small grassroots channel, but if we can help give a leg up to the families to reach higher areas of media, that's what we're trying to do. We're trying to push them out of the nest and get them into a spotlight of higher media, because all of the families that we're working with right now, they deserve justice for their loved one. All families deserve justice for their loved one. If your family member has been taken by the hand of someone else and you don't have justice, please contact us. I'll put my email up at the end, and we'll do the best we can to start an advocacy campaign for you and help you get your loved one's name out into the media the best we can, because we truly believe here at Social Change Warriors that my life mattered. That's what your loved one is saying to everyone. That's what they're saying every day to you and to those people that hurt them, that individual or individuals. They're saying my life mattered. So thank you. Thank you to all of us for caring about victims of homicides and for caring about justice in our country, whether you follow trials or you actually advocate for the victims and their families. We need justice. We need justice now. And that's what we're hoping to get for all of our families that we're working with currently. So tomorrow night, I will be introducing you to 3 new families, and they're all here in Florida. You won't be meeting the families yet, but you will be in the next coming weeks. Tomorrow night, I'll be giving an introduction to each one of their families' travesties, what they've been through, what happened to their loved one, and where the case is currently sitting. So we have a new member of our family in our chat tonight, and I want you all to please welcome Brittany. Welcome again, Brittany, to Social Change Warriors. So honored that you reached out to me. This is our newest case that we have taken on. We just met Brittany in the last several days via social media. She's been following the Jason Veach travesty, the case in Volusia County with dear Kara. So we have to learn more about what happened to her dear friend, Deshaun Hudson. Rest in peace, Deshaun. We will do our best to get justice for you, or to get the most justice we can and get you some attention and advocacy for what happened to you. So I will be showing you a clip of what was the deciding issues in this case that was recently decided upon. And I'll show that to you in a little bit once we take our first evening break. And then tomorrow night, you'll also be learning about another unsolved homicide in Marion County, where Sarah Ebersol is still currently missing. That's another young woman that was unalived, M-worded, and there is no justice for her family. And then also in Marion County, we have a mother and a son who have been missing for 2 years. And eerily enough, they went missing right after Sarah Ebersol. I believe it was March 7th of 2023, but I have to double check that date. That's also new for me. I haven't even read the police reports for that one yet. But those are our 3 new advocacy cases that we're going to take on and challenge the community to get behind us here in Florida. So I'll be talking about those tomorrow night. I'll be briefly updating you on all of the advocacy that we've been doing since last July. As you know, most of those cases are currently either in the court system or headed that way, or sadly, they are looking very cold, and I'm very concerned. So I will update you about all of those, and I will show you our photos at the end of tonight's live stream of all of those that we're currently advocating for, and then we'll be adding photos of our new families tomorrow. So welcome, Brittany. We are so sorry for your loss. I'll show that news clip here in a little bit when we take right after we take our first break. You are always welcome. We are here to help you, and we'll do everything we can. So please, everyone, welcome Brittany to our community of justice seekers. So here we are. Believe it or not, this is it, folks. I played the song last Friday. It's the final countdown. That was for real. They gave me a little slap on the wrist for that, by the way, even though it was karaoke. I was very stunned by that. YouTube has some bizarre rules. That was a karaoke, and I even wrote to the person and said, I'm going to use your karaoke channel, and they seemed to have no problem with it. But YouTube wanted to strike me for it, but they didn't actually strike us. They just gave us a little slap on the wrist. So have to be super careful what they allow us to show and put up for fair use. So everything we do is fair use. Everything I say on my channel in these live streams is my opinion. And I base my opinion on my prior law enforcement experience, my prior experience in life, and my prior experience and current experience as a community social worker. You all base your opinions on your experiences in life. Some of you have backgrounds in law enforcement. Some of you are lawyers. Some of you are nurses, doctors. Some of you do various jobs. There's so many careers out in this country, but every career you've ever held and every bit of school you've ever had makes you a critical thinker, and it gives you the right to give an opinion on these court cases and on these cold cases to help us figure out who done it, because a second pair of eyes has proven to be so helpful. And if you don't believe me, go check out all of the different reality shows that have spurred up through the years because people are looking for missing people, or homicides are going unsolved, and we have too many cold cases in this country. So more eyes on something, the better. And opinions are what they are. They're opinions. And until we can actually get the facts, someone confesses, or there's an eyewitness, or there's video surveillance witness, or there's just such a preponderance of evidence that you are 90% sure that this person had to do it, you can still say it's your opinion, because we don't know for sure until the jury decides. And then there's always questions that are left, unless you have a confession, you've got it on audio, or you've got witnesses, eyewitnesses, there's always going to be a little question or a little doubt in our minds. And that is sadly how it goes with a lot of these cases, and a lot of these victims' families are left with that. But the most justice we can get for them is the best that anyone can do. And that's the best a jury can do. And that's the best everyone should be doing, from the police to the detectives to the DA to the prosecutors, the judge in the courtroom. Everybody should be doing their best for the families and the victims, but also protecting those accused. We do not want to accuse someone who did not do the crime, and we certainly don't want to arrest them if they didn't do the crime. And then we want to take them to trial when they didn't do the crime, and then we want to take them to a second trial when they didn't do the crime. And this is all what's happening to Karen Read. We've been embroiled in it. We've been watching it. It's been on our minds. It's been in our mouths and our dreams. I mean, I know a lot of you that I've met through these different chat places with all the different live streaming that I've been doing, and all the people I've met and all the live streams that I watch every week. There are thousands and thousands and thousands of people all over the world who talk about this case every day and every night. It's going to be a little bit difficult for people. I'm sensing that. I'm seeing that in a lot of the posts on Facebook and Twitter X, and even with my group of community, even us here. We talked about this last Friday Night Lives, and we're chatting about it today, Julie and Shauna and Kathy Coppins and I, and my friend Kara, Jason's wife. This is going to be very strange when this is over, regardless of what happens. If it's a hung jury, then we have to wait again and see what happens. And are they going to retry her? If it's not a hung jury and they manslaughter too on her, then what? Then we wait for the appeal. Then we'll all be talking about that. I mean, it sort of feels like that this justice for John O'Keefe is going to go on for a long time, in my opinion. Even if they acquit Karen, there's a lot of us that believe that John needs justice, and everyone that believes that Karen did not hurt him wants justice for him. And then what happens next? Is someone going to take up the case? Will the Massachusetts State Police reinvestigate? Can't do it. Stoughton certainly can't. We don't want anybody from Stoughton touching this case. I mean, so, in Philadelphia, they farmed out Ellen Greenberg's case twice because the Philadelphia police were compromised because of what they did and how they handled the scene, and they did not secure the scene. They let someone come in and clean Ellen Greenberg's apartment before detectives could even forensic the apartment. That's how bad that one was, which is exactly what happened in some ways to Sandra Birchmore as well. We know that was dirty what they did to Sandra, framing her like that for her own unaliving. So there's a lot of shenanigans going on in Massachusetts. I think we'll all stay connected, searching for justice for Sandra Birchmore and probably for John O'Keefe, depending on how that goes. And hopefully Karen Read will be acquitted and she can get on with her life. And then there's plenty of other people that need our help and need our advocacy. So I hope you'll all continue to stay with us and join us as we follow and help other families following the Karen Read trial. So Julie is back in the house. So let's bring Julie, our very smart resident Bostonian who knows all things Boston, who gives us that wonderful Boston accent that I crave to hear every day now, and the famous Julie Nagel blob that was in the front yard, supposedly, of 34 Fairview. Hi, Julie.
Hey, everybody. Just
Hey.
Randy.
Hey, Tracy V's in the house. Tracy V, I got him here. I've been mailing them out to my friends. I'm gonna stick one on my shirt tonight, right here, right now. Tracy V was nice enough to send me these framed license plate stickers. I've got one on my car and I've mailed them out to all of my people today, all of our Social Change Warriors original subscribers. And no matter what happens this week and the next few days, whatever happens, I will always believe that Karen Read was framed. Not only is there no evidence to suggest that John was hit by a car, there's so much sketchiness going on. I wouldn't call it actual evidence because we don't really have it, but there's so much sketchiness going on with all of the party people in 34 Fairview, Julie. I will never, ever believe that she wasn't framed. What about you?
Wait, framed by the people at 34 Fairview? Well,
Oh.
I don't know about all of them, but I mean...
No, not all of them, but definitely a few of them covered up their crime. And then in essence, she got embroiled in a frame up job, which I don't think was meant to happen, but I think it just organically happened that morning.
Yeah, no, there's
Julie, Bert says, Karen Read, who's that?
Yeah, exactly. Never heard of her.
Thank you, Bert. We needed a little bit of help. Thank you so much. Oh my gosh. Well, we left off on Friday Night Lives with talking about Crash Daddy #1, Dr. Wolfe. So I think we should finish up Dr. Wolfe, and then I would like to start backwards because I want to go right into Dr. my age, Rentschler, sort of my age. I think he's about 5, 6, 7 years younger than me, but I want to go right into him because today was insane. I've never been so mad in this case as I was today, and I have things to say, and I know you all do too, and I know Julie does. So before let's
all my times.
Yeah, let's jump backwards. Let's finish up Dr. Wolfe. Let's go to where we were last Friday Night Lives in our record-setting live stream of 5 hours and 58 minutes and some odd seconds, which Julie and I talked about in the private chat, just so y'all know. We usually end up staying on in the green room after we say goodnight to y'all, and we just talk because we're too wired up to go to bed. So we usually spend a half an hour to an hour, or a half. We spend a half an hour or to an hour together afterwards. So we decided, what the heck, our last record was 4 hours and 55 minutes. So let's just shatter it. That's what we decided. Let's just shatter our record. So we will not be setting that record tonight. We will not even be shattering it tonight. Tonight
we gotta see some stuff.
Just a few. Keep it clean, keep it short so we can come back Friday night. And we're thinking about having a Friday Night Lives like marathon, almost like Friday night. Once we get tired, we'll crash out. We'll come right back on Saturday because I truly don't believe this jury is going to have long to talk about this. I really think now the only reason it could be is if they're really split and one side's trying to convince the other. Now that could change things. That could push us into Monday or Tuesday. But everybody agreed last Friday Night Lives that we would do a slumber party, which we can do to a point. But then I'm going to get tired, and unless Julie and I take turns sleeping and staying live. I don't know. We'll have to see how we feel. But we'll definitely come back Saturday for sure and just talk and be ready to go live at any time if the jury were to come in on Saturday or Sunday. So we're prepared for all of that. So
they're not coming in on the weekends. Bev's gonna give them the weekends off. This isn't one of those cases like this didn't happen last time too. They had weekends.
Oh, that's right.
So they're not going over the weekends. No,
that's
absolutely
right.
not. That's not gonna happen.
I'm used to juries just going on the weekend and coming in at like 2 a.m. or okay, so that won't happen. So then Monday we'll be ready to roll live. So hey Bert, welcome Bert he says hi to the blob from over in Tampa. Welcome Stephanie. I know Shauna's coming in soon. She's out doing some errands because it's so hot here right now. We're having extra humidity for June, which is kind of nuts. And I can't get anything done during the day either. I have to go out after it gets cooler. I have to do it really early in the morning. So welcome to everybody that's in the live chat with us right now. All your opinions are welcome. Anything you want to ask questions of Julie or myself, please put them in the chat. If you ever want to come on the platform with us, just give me a heads up and I can send you the green room, and you're welcome to come on and ask a question. You can talk with your camera off or on, whatever you prefer. So, well, here's the courtroom, guys. This is actually factually what it looks like. It's almost shocking how small it is. I mean, you can sort of tell, but yet you can't, because where the camera's located for when I watch on the Young Jerks, or when we watch on any of the Law Tubers or Court TV or the Trial Channel now, they're back over here where this first jury chair is, far on the right here where it says Court TV. So we're getting that angled view. We can't see the jurors for their protection, but that makes the courtroom seem bigger when you're watching on TV, because you just can't get a feel for how much is behind you, right? This really shows you how tiny it is. Here, the box is over here where Julie and I are. That's where, let me put us there. That's where Jackson stands and Hanky Panky stands. And here's the table for Karen Reed, this first table. And then there's the table for the prosecution. And then John's family's over here, and Karen's family is just off to the back of this lectern there. So that is small. I mean, that is very small. If you think about, they're in there for anywhere from 6 hours most of the time, 7 hours approximately, given, well, then they have lunch, but that's one small courtroom. So let's go back to where we finished off Friday Night Live. So Julie was giving us a science lesson and a physics lesson, two of the things I struggled the most with in high school and college, but I did pass them, thank God, but they're not my strong suit. I'll stick to the journalism and the calling out corruption. I'll let Julie stick to all the science, but this was
I got you covered.
Yeah, Kathy Coppin sent me this meme. I don't know where it originated. It's being passed around, so unfortunately I can't give credit where credit is due, but it was out there on Facebook and Twitter X. And of course it's Dr. Wolfe holding the picture up with the Rentschler's blue arm. So I have our court stopped where we had it. Any thoughts or anything you want to add before we jump into the testimony of Dr. Wolfe?
Yes. So I have times marked on this. I wanted to go over this, and I'm glad that we are going over this one, because we all heard, if we saw court today, we all heard what happened. Yesterday with Dr. Lopesada and today with Dr. Rentschler, but it was important with Dr. Rentschler today because he went over the biomechanical aspect of what Dr. Wolfe did and what the reconstructionists did and what Dr. Welcher did compared to everything else. He looked at how it affected the body. He went much more in depth, and Hank on cross decided to get very, very, very extra. And he did this with Dr. Wolfe too. He decided to pick nits at the results of the 24 mile an hour crash and the 29 mile an hour collision into a Lexus, those tests, where he wanted things kind of both ways. And so he also explained on direct with Jackson just exactly what he was looking for. And with the empirical data is looking at history and looking at the equations, figuring out when you apply this amount of force, what should you expect? Well, the amount of force to dislocate your elbow is this, therefore you would expect it to be, halfway to Stoughton. So he went over the different types of forces applied to the forearm, the wrist, the elbow. And that's when Hank kind of tore him apart. But since Wolfe showed those experiments, there's been a lot of chit chat online. And a lot of people kind of question saying, wait a minute, I thought that the taillight wasn't supposed to break. I thought, this, that, and the other thing, what happened? And a lot of the other side is looking at where they're taking the results from the 29 mile per hour test to 24 mile per hour test and kind of interchanging them, where they want it both ways. And they're not understanding kind of the fundamentals of the experiment and what exactly we were looking at. And then what Dr. Rentschler explained, where he said, hey, listen, you would have a lot of dislocations, throw bruises, throw broken bones out of the way. Like, yeah, you can get an MRI to look at hairline fractures, but if you're going to get stuck by a friggin' 7,000-pound car, you're going to see more than hairline fractures. So the big thing he said was dislocation. Now, I have my notebook. I'm going to go grab it. December, I went through and did the empirical calculations and said the exact same thing. Everything would be dislocated. And so going over these tests again, just take a look at it with fresh eyes. Don't look at the tail light. That's what Dr. Wolfe is looking at. Look at the arm. So that's what we're going to focus on now. I have times to go through.
I'm glad you said that. I think what I'm going to do real quickly is I just want to show the clip of what happened to this young man, Deshaun Hudson, because I don't know how long Brittany can stay with us tonight. And I wanted to do that for her tonight because her and I are working on going through the piles of police reports. There were so many witnesses. I started reading the witnesses' testimonies today, and it's overwhelming, but I'll get through it, and I will give you guys a sneak peek tomorrow night into what happened to Deshaun Hudson in the Orlando area. But I want to just do this quick, while you're looking for your notebook, I'm just going to quickly show all of you just a very short news clip that will at least give you an insight into what they decided only 3 weeks after he was shot. So stand by. I'm going to add this for you all to see. And then I'll get to that here in a minute. This could be graphic and disturbing. So I just want to warn all of you, we do have a trigger alert here. Okay. So for those of you that are sensitive, I want you to be aware of that. Okay. All right, so we'll trigger alert on this clip.
35, and it shows what happened the day a man was shot and killed inside an Applebee's restaurant. It happened in Lady Lake about 2 months ago.
The state attorney just gave us this video. Fox 35, Stephanie Buffamonte is joining us live here in the studio tonight. So, Stephanie, the state attorney says no charges will be filed against the man who pulled the trigger.
That is right. And like you said, this is the video that shows that deadly shot fired. According to documents from the state attorney's office, stand your ground and self-defense applies in this case, which is why the shooter is not facing charges for killing the man inside the Applebee's. The report paints a picture as to why people inside the restaurant say they were scared of the man who was shot and why the shooter felt he needed to fire his gun.
In this video, you can see the man in the white hat, Deshaun Hudson, walk into the Lady Lake Applebee's in March just after 1 in the morning. He's talking to a group of people, empties his pockets, then someone shoots at him. The shooter, who officials say had a concealed weapons permit, walks around the corner, disassembles his gun, and puts his hands in the air. The report from the state attorney's office describes Hudson as having a series of violent outbursts before this shooting. The report says Hudson was at another restaurant before this with a group. A witness said they saw Hudson with a gun and that he was threatening people there. Then they went to Applebee's, having drinks on the patio, when the report says Hudson made a disrespectful comment toward a woman picking up to-go food. Her boyfriend got upset and confronted him about it. According to the report, Hudson then fires 3 gunshots in the air as he walks toward the couple's car and then aims the gun at the car as they're driving away. The people outside ran in the restaurant and an employee locked the door before Hudson could come in. But a customer opened the door and Hudson came inside. Witnesses say he was angry and yelling, "Who called the cops?" and "Do you want to see what is in my pockets?" as he emptied them. That's when the customer inside the restaurant fired the shots.
According to the state attorney's office, when Hudson's body was taken to the medical examiner, they did not find a gun. The state attorney's office stated in that report that it is reasonable to believe that a jury would believe this is self-defense, but if there is additional information that comes forward, this case could be reevaluated. In the studio, Stephanie Buffamonte, Fox 35 News.
There's one.
Where's this, Florida?
This is in a suburb of Orlando, Florida. So first of all, when I first saw this clip, I was irritated. I had to watch it twice just so that I didn't want to think I was having confirmation bias already, because I had already read a lot of the police reports and the witness interviews. Oh, come here, Tanner. But it was, to me, that was just typical media. They did not take the time to read a single police report, to talk to a single witness to dig into this at all. They just went right off of what they got from probably the public information officer for the police. And it, to me, putting out pieces like that does a severe injustice to the victim and to the perpetrator, because this this case has tons and tons of reading for me to do yet. But I haven't seen anywhere where anybody actually saw a gun. So this was reminding me a little bit of what happened to Jason Veach, Kara's husband, where because he was drunk and having a little bit too much to drink and being obnoxious and yelling and shouting and making comments to the bartender, he was upsetting people. He wasn't violent. He didn't lay his hands on anybody. He didn't touch anybody. He didn't threaten to hurt anybody. Everybody acts out sometimes, not everybody, but a lot of people act out when they're drunk. I saw it a lot as a police officer. We cannot, as a society, take matters into our own hands. We are not trained law enforcement officers. Concealed carry, I'm sorry, I don't mean to go political on y'all. I know that the Second Amendment is, is very big for a lot of you, having the ability and the license to carry a weapon, but I have my own safety opinions about this. There is, for me, there is not enough safety where guns are concerned. It is not the Wild West. We cannot just allow people to run around with concealed weapons in bars where people drink. They're not even supposed to be in bars with concealed weapons, first of all. But nope. In Florida, the laws are so loose down here, and they have this Florida Stand Your Ground law, which is absolutely an epic failure. I have read so many cases, you guys. I have read over 20 cases now of this Stand Your Ground law where I truly believe they are improperly using it. And they were asserting to Kara and I that that's why Jason's case was why nobody was prosecuted and nobody was even arrested in Jason's case, because he was upsetting people and yelling at people. So Hatchet Man had every right to run into the Cabbage Patch with a hatchet and slam it on the bar and then hold it up to Jason's neck. 3 witnesses are telling us that this hatchet was held up to his neck, but yet the DA says, oh no, a jury will say that he deserved that because he was scaring people. Well, I'm sorry. Scaring people and being a drunk, obnoxious guy in a bar does not qualify, stand your ground, and does not qualify for a vigilante, non-licensed law enforcement person, not even a law enforcement person, just a regular guy carrying a gun or a hatchet. I'm not happy. Come here, Tanner. I'm not happy about the Florida Stand Your Ground law. So I don't have a decision yet. I don't have my mind made up yet, Brittany, because I have a lot left to read. Sorry about this. I have to put Tanner outside. I have a lot left to read. I always read all the police reports. I don't give my opinion. Come here, Tanner. I don't give he's my puppy and he gets very bored sometimes. Come here, buddy. I don't make a decision, or I don't try to sway any of you. We look at these cases from first police report to last police report. We look at all the evidence. We did that with Kara. I went in telling Kara that I could not give her my opinion on her case, on her dear husband's death, as much as it was a travesty. Both of these deaths are travesties. Everybody's death is a travesty. But I can't make any decisions until I read the police reports, look at the autopsy, listen to the body footage if I can. I do all of that, and we do that on Thursday nights. So, Brittany, we're going to look into this. We still give you our deepest sympathies and condolences. And as we build and learn about Deshaun and what happened to him, we will start to form our opinions on our what we feel. I personally don't believe that anyone should be able to shoot anyone. You just shouldn't do it. So that's my opinion. You can all have your own opinions about Stand Your Ground law. You are allowed to, but I'm allowed to as well. I've read, like I said, over 20 cases of where I feel it was used inappropriately in Florida in the last 10 years. And they will continue to use it inappropriately if they don't fine tune it. They have to fine tune the Stand Your Ground law. They absolutely have to. It's just way too rogue. They've never fine tuned it since they first wrote it. years ago now, maybe 15 years, I think it's been in place. So, but I will look at this police report. I will read everything you sent me. I'll get a hold of things I don't have. I'll do it. The case is closed. So I'll do an open records law for the police department over there. And we will start to break down and analyze your dear departed friend Deshawn's case. So thank you for becoming a social change warrior. Thank you for caring about justice. And we'll follow up and give you a lot more information on that case tomorrow night and then following the weeks following. So thank you for all your patience tonight. I appreciate all of you. And thank you so much to Brittany for having the faith. And I feel honored that you want me to help you to take a second look at what happened to your friend. All right. Back to Julie, back to Dr. Wolfe. Dimples.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So science. All right. So can you bring up the trial channel, the one that we had last week, 1 hour and 37 minutes?
Is it in my private area or do I have it?
I can get
let me see if that's what we had up from last week. Stand by.
Yeah, it's the same one from last week. Do you still have that link or do you need a new link? I can send it to you.
I've got it. I will get it up for you right now.
Okay, yeah. So 1 hour and 37 minutes approximately. That's going to be the start of the experiments that they did with the tail light, but focus on what the arm is doing in this one. Like you're going to see the tail light, it's going to go flying every which way to Sunday. It's just designed to show like the alignment and what happens when there's a strike. But in this one, look at the forearm, look at what happens to the wrist, look at what happens to the elbow. You can't really see the shoulder.
Yep, I went from 187 to 132 pounds in the last.
About dislocation, bone breaks and everything else, but look at dislocation because we brought in, we didn't know that we had x-rays and x-rays popped up and they showed x-rays with Dr. Lopesado and I believe they showed clearer ones with Dr. Rentschler. And to me, again, I'm not a medical doctor or anything, but to me, they don't look like they were dislocated. So yeah, good enough. That's close enough.
Entire setup. If you look at the top portion of this video, you will see the taillight. Part of it's covered by the high-speed camera. But what will happen is the linear impactor will fire, and the taillight will be accelerated up to 10 miles per hour, striking the closed ATD arm.
With the course permission.
Okay.
Let's go ahead and the video. Next slide, please. What is this?
So this is also a video, but with the high-speed camera. So it's the high-speed camera that's looking top down at the arm. So you will see when the video plays, you will see the taillight enter from the left and contact the arm. And I will note that this is essentially slow mode, so it's not happening in real time. So you'll see the taillight slowly moving, but it's actually in reality moving at 10 miles per hour.
Understood. Go ahead and play that.
$10 miles an hour.
Can I ask a question now that that's played? How did you mount the taillight to the accelerator, a linear accelerator?
Right, so we had to get a little bit creative there because you may have observed this when we had the physical assembly out earlier. The back of that, it's not some nice clean surface that we can just bolt on. So what we had to do is 3D print a bracket that we could bolt onto the linear impactor, and we used a polyurethane expanding foam to be able to marry those two together so that we could then bolt it onto the linear impactor to use it for this test.
Did you see any debris from that foam mounting mechanism?
Yes, there's a few flakes you can see of that polyurethane foam off the backside kind of going into being dispersed there.
Okay. With regard to this particular 10-mile-an-hour test, what did you note in terms of the damage to the taillight?
It was very minimal.
And what did you note in terms of any damage at all to the hoodie?
There was none.
Can we go to the next slide, please? What are we looking at in this slide?
Right, so pay attention to this one.
This is looking at a side view, so same test, just looking at it from the side.
Right on, like
and similarly, you'll see the tail light come from the left and impact the arm.
Can we play this, please?
Like this. Look at that wrist.
What did you note in terms
10
of
miles an
deflection of the arm, the test arm?
Well, the arm essentially, and we'll see this in the data later, it reaches a common velocity with the taillight based upon the portion of the arm that was contacted, again, consistent with how Dr. Welcher has it oriented, it will become accelerated up to 10 miles an hour roughly.
Over approximately what period of time is that arm accelerated up to 10 miles an hour along with the taillight?
We'll see it on the data plots. I think it's about 10 milliseconds or so.
How long, do you know how long an eye blink on average takes?
Off the top of my head, no, I don't. Probably pretty quick.
So we're around 250 milliseconds. Does that sound right?
That's a quarter of a second. That's what your eye blinks. Quarter of a second.
Let's move to the next slide, please. What are we looking at in this series of photographs?
So these are extracted frames from the high-speed video that we just saw on the previous slide, basically showing just at contact, just after contact, and then post-contact, so you can see the kinematics of the arm and how the arm is moving.
Okay, let's move to the next slide, please. What is this photograph?
So this is photographs taken of the taillight after the 10-mile-an-hour test. I will note that there was a couple small fragments of the clear portion of the assembly, the outer lens that was missing from that turn signal area towards the left here. There was a couple fragments missing, and then there was some small fracturing here in that area.
How would you describe the damage to the taillight in the 10-mile-an-hour test?
If I may go to the next slide, I think it might.
Sure.
Minimal.
So this was the totality of that damage at 10 miles per hour. So I would describe it as minimal and superficial.
Okay. Next slide, please. What is this?
So this is the photograph that I just shown you compared to that of the subject taillight, so that you can have a side-by-side comparison of the test taillight compared to that of the subject.
Were you able to reach any opinions and conclusions about whether the damage to the subject taillight is consistent with striking an arm at 10 miles an hour?
It's inconsistent, in my opinion.
Next slide, please.
Look at the
still
wrist.
Test A, is that correct?
Correct.
Were you able to reach any opinions or conclusions as to whether or not the damage to Mr. O'Keefe's clothing is
looks
consistent
dislocated
with
to
being
me.
struck by the taillight at 10 miles per hour?
Again, it's hard to see because
What I
of the
observed from the
sweatshirt
test is that there was
in
no
it, but
mechanism to create any of the holes that we observed on the subject sweatshirt.
Do you hold that opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty,
Yes.
as well as the former opinion that you just gave us?
Yes.
Next slide, please. What are we looking at in this
All right,
graph?
Kat, can you go to 1
So
hour,
this is a
48
graph
minutes?
that shows the roughly, on the next graph, you're going to see a 24 millisecond window. So what I want to show you on this graph is what does that look like over a full second, so you can have an appreciation of just how quickly this is occurring. As you mentioned earlier, I think your comment about a blink of an eye, this is even shorter than that. We're looking at, as you'll see on the next.
Okay, can you go to 1 hour, 48 minutes?
Sorry about that. I was talking to Tanner and I didn't hear you.
Oh, no worries, no worries. Yeah, we're going to jump around a little bit.
140, right?
148. That's good.
Slide, please.
Perfect. All right, just look at the arms. Just focus on what the arms do.
What do you
Don't
know
worry
about this
about
impact?
tail light or anything else.
So one of the things you'll see is kind of that dust cloud that you see. Again, that's all the particulates from the expanding foam that we use. So that's kind of what you see in the background there, kind of going over kind of the arm and the tail light there.
Do you note more damage or less damage to the taillight at 17 miles an hour versus the 10 mile an hour test?
There's more damage, yes.
Let's go to the next slide, please.
I'm fascinated, Julie, by everything that they can do in physics and bioengineering and biomedical engineering with reconstruction. I've learned so much. Unfortunately, John O'Keefe didn't make it. Those are supposed to be my stand-up, by the way. I'm supposed to be standing up because of my bad back and my new knee. So I'm supposed to be standing up every time that alarm goes off, and I haven't stood up once. So I must be better. So sorry about the alarm, and it's got to go off so that I get up and stand up. But I've learned so much. I'm sad. Obviously we don't want anybody to die, so we can learn things. But when people do pass away, and even if it's from medical reasons or because of natural causes, we learn a lot. And that's what we have to do in order to prevent prevent these things from happening in the future. So the more knowledge, power, action, change, that's our slogan here. The more knowledge we have, the more power, the more action, the more change, and that's what we need. And so thanks, Julie, for, talking us through all this, because this stuff can get heavy and confusing. This is a lot easier because we have these visuals, where when they were talking about the key cycles, that was really rough. But I appreciate you and your science, so I'll put you back on here.
What are we looking at here?
So you're looking at a top-down view from the high-speed camera. You'll see the taillight enter from the left, impacting the arm at about 17 miles per hour.
Okay, go ahead and play it.
It's a
Can you
bad
describe
shot.
the decoupling? Is that shown here?
Absolutely. So as you can see, where the two are basically married together, right? It's kind of actually coming back together now. So that bond that we had, right? This is the most effective way that we could mount it to the impactor. It just became detached due to the force of that impactor stopping at the end of the stroke.
Understood. Next slide, please.
All right, watch the elbow.
What are we looking at here?
So in this
Going from left to
slide,
right.
you're looking at another high-speed video. This is just a side view. Again, you're going to see the taillight enter the frame from the left, impacting the arm at 17 miles per hour.
Is this in slow motion as well?
This is in slow motion, correct? Not real time.
Okay.
We've got great news for seniors. The Social Security Administration has made a small burial fund available to every senior
Bad
citizen.
timing, lady.
What do you note in terms of the deflection on the arm?
The arm, as we saw in the previous one, is accelerated up, so it's moving out at roughly a common velocity with what the impact speed was.
And what did you note about the damage to the taillight?
All right, watch the elbow.
It was more significant than the 10-mile-an-hour test, which, again, there was very minimal damage to that, where several fragments of that red outer lens
watch it
fractured, as
come
well as
back.
the clear lens.
Okay, next slide.
On the inside.
Julie, the thing is we're watching this in slow motion. I got to say hi to Turd Ferguson. Welcome. So glad to see you again, my friend.
Turd's here. Hey,
Yes,
Turd.
she was. Oh my gosh. So I just want to catch up with the chat here real quickly. Again, I want to thank Stephanie and Brittany for joining me and for honoring me with representing Deshaun Hudson. So thank you, ladies. I'm so sorry for your losses, and I'll do whatever I can to look at this case and show it with a new look, maybe something different than what they have already given you, and we'll do our best to get you justice, or at least to get you some answers and some peace, because sometimes we can only do so much, and we will do as much as we can possibly do for you. And Bert, thank you for always helping keeping us a little light, because this is heavy stuff. Karen Reed could go to jail for 10 to 15 years. John O'Keefe is dead. The family's grieving. The friends are grieving. Karen Reed's family has been grieving. They've been in turmoil for literally 3.5 years. All the families that we're advocating for, they're all grieving right now. We haven't had one case get solved yet. We have 17 victims that we're advocating for on Social Change Warriors right now. And I'm waiting for just one of them. I just can't wait for one of them to find the justice, to give hope to the other 16, because some of them have gotten to know each other via my channel. So I really pray for all of you every day that you will get some form of justice. It's not the full justice, at least something or more answers, anything to give you some peace, so that your loved one would want you to carry on for them. They would want you to carry on what they wanted to do in life and what was important for them. You can carry on their mission in some way, shape, or form, and they will always be part of Social Change Warriors. I just want to let you all know that. John O'Keefe will always be on our Social Change Warriors board of victims that we are honoring, and justice for our victims. And your beautiful family members, they will always be with us, and we will always speak their name in reviews, monthly reviews, quarterly reviews, once their cases have been solved or have been finally come to the point where they are at an end. So it's very hard, it's very sad, and it's heavy. So I do appreciate it when we can have a moment to just try to laugh a little about something, try to find something in a day that made you laugh or that was good, because to be an advocate is a heavy role. To be a justice seeker is a heavy role. To follow these cases, and as much as you all do daily, you follow these cases for 8 to 10 weeks at a time, and you follow them before they get to trial. And many of you follow them from before the arrest all the way through to trial. It's a lot. So please take care of yourselves. Please do your self-care, because you can't stand for people if you can't stand. So that's all I like to say that every once in a while, to remind you to please take care of yourselves. It's important, and your family members would want you to. So thank you for joining us tonight, ladies. I'll definitely be speaking with you soon, and I'll have more information about Deshaun tomorrow night. Welcome to all of our new subscribers tonight. Welcome to everybody that's new in the live in our chat, and welcome to replay. I really appreciate you. And back to the science. Let's go, Julie. What do you think of all this so far?
Well, I mean, looking at this again, I mean, when he came out with it today, I said, oh, I'm going to have to take a look at these a lot closer. I thought they were going to replay a whole bunch of them and address some of the stuff they talked about. But I mean, to go over and say, hey, listen, we did the empirical bench test. We looked at stuff, and then we looked at what we would expect as far as breaks, as far as dislocations. And just like what you were saying, he looked at the data and looked at studies and said, listen, they basically took cadavers and struck them with vehicles. I think he said back in 1979 when Jeep Grand Cherokee or Jeep Wagoneer or whatever it was came up with the first SUV, they started doing a lot of these tests, and they struck a lot of them with cadavers, people who donate their bodies to science, and they struck a lot of the stuff with cadavers so that we don't need to keep doing it over and over and over and over and over again to say, like, hey, let's take a cadaver and, slingshot it across into whatever it is, so that we know, like, okay, well, cadaver with an arm at that weighs this much, that's in the 95th percentile or 75th percentile or whatever the percentile is going to break at this rate, and then you could scale it back. And so looking at this again after we heard what Dr. Rensler said was very eye-opening. I mean, especially looking at these, I was like, I want to see what happens, because I know that it showed dislocation. Again, I was more focused on taillight, which is what the test is doing in this. It's focusing on did the taillight shatter and create what happened on Karen's vehicle. But then you also look at it and say, what happened to the body? Because that's the other part. So even though all these other people want to say, oh, justice for Trooper Paul, and here's freaking pirouette, and oh my God, look at what they did. The defense did the prosecution's job, and oh, they proved the Commonwealth's case. Stupid them, sucks to be you. No, that didn't happen at all. People don't know what a freaking harness is. And we're going to get to harness next. So like, just looking at it
Julie,
again.
Julie, did you catch that today, nearing the end of Rensselaer's testimony, when he said something
about Trooper Paul? Oh God.
He didn't say his name,
but for Randy, not Trooper Paul. Trooper Paul, in my opinion, needs to go to a couple more classes, but justice for Randy. That's what Blob says. Blob says.
But Rensler got in that little, that little dig about flying through the air like a ballerina or whatever he said.
Oh, I missed that. I was listening.
Oh, we'll show it. We'll show it.
And everything else. So.
Oh yeah, we'll show it later on. Yes, dear. We'll show it during Rensler. There's a lot to show during Rensler. This was a crazy afternoon. But let's finish up with Dr. Wolfe. This was fascinating to me to see this, and for them, anyone to expect us to believe, us intelligent humans, that you could get whacked with the taillight, polycarbonate taillight of a car on your arm, your wrist, your hand, and have no broken bones, no bruising, is utterly insane. How does anybody believe that's possible? What is going on over there in the attic, Julie? Did you go in the attic?
So I was in the attic just for a little bit. I was in the attic a little bit yesterday, and then I was rewatching the rest of Renters, and then said, let me get my times for tonight so we can talk about it, and we'll watch Renters so I could see what happened. But I mean, the attic this morning, so they were just as shocked as I was about the X-rays. I was like floored. I was like, you mean to tell me this whole entire time thinking like, oh my God, what are we gonna have to do? We're gonna have to do all these calculations to figure out, like, okay, he, like, with a 95% certainty, he most likely had this, that, and the other thing, and if he didn't have that, nothing, and we could just, use all this other stuff so that, God forbid, we don't have to exhume the poor bastard. And now all of a sudden it comes out saying like, oh yeah, we have X-rays and look at them. I mean, I'm not a doctor, but look at them, absolutely perfect, pristine, nothing, like had a little bit of swelling, but nothing that showed his, humerus was here and his elbow was that way. Like none of that at all. Nothing whatsoever. But the attic was like, well, you know what? They didn't do an MRI because if you were to get struck by a car, clearly you would have hairline fractures and you need an MRI to see that. So an X-ray would be useless. And some of them agreed. And some of them were like, yeah, we had no idea where these X-rays came from. Like, I agreed with that. Didn't agree with the MRI because if you got hit with a 7,000-pound car or a 6,000-pound car or a 3,000-pound car, you would see something on the X-ray. So
absolutely. And what doesn't make it just doesn't make sense to me that there's still so many people just willing to die on the hill of, oh, she clipped him. So because Karen Reed used the word clipped in one of those damn interviews, they went with that. They just sailed with that. Oh, well, he was just clipped, so that doesn't mean anything. But yet they want us to believe she was going backwards 80 feet at 24 to 29 miles per hour, but it's still just considered a clip. That's no big deal.
We're going to talk about 80 feet in a second. Yeah, we're going to talk about that in a second.
Yeah, I know. And it's just so maddening to me when I have to stay off of social media to a point. I like to post good things that I want to share. I want to post my side now, and I do not want to consider any more debating. I was debating a lot over the break between the two trials. I was doing that just to keep myself interested in the case and to keep reading about all the evidence. And I got into some pretty healthy debates with some of the anti-Karen Reeds, because some of them weren't anti. They just had their opinion. They didn't care about Karen Reed one way or the other. They just had their opinion that she hit him with the car. A few people did change their minds that I was talking to, and it wasn't anything I said to them. It was they just simply kept reading more about the evidence and reading more about the science of what it's like to get hit by a car. And they did their own research and read about other people that have been in car accidents and have been clipped or broadsided, like two cars when they broadside each other, and the damage is all to the sides of the car. So they were looking into other situations where people had been clipped by a car or bumped by a car, like in a parking lot at a grocery store. I used to see some of those type of accidents with pedestrians. It's very dangerous in parking lots of stores and malls. And that's where you can see, I had a gentleman whose foot got run over in the campus grocery store parking lot. I saw a lot of different things, but some people did change their mind. They followed the science. They followed what makes sense in a car accident of this type, if that is indeed what happened. But I really liked the way both Dr. Wolfe and Dr. Rentschler just stood their ground. None of this matters. Nothing matters because he wasn't hit by a car.
No, ma'am. Yeah. So when it comes to clipped, they're using it the way that Karen said that she used it. And again, she, is not a scientist. I don't think she knows what the word means. She's talking about it wasn't like a direct smack, but I think it was more like a clip means to brush. Like you either get brushed by something or an extremity, calls it not a direct impact. Now they're talking about what if his knee got clipped or what if his arm got clipped? That's more of like a direct impact to an extremity, not the body. That's what they're talking about. But all right, Kat, can you go to 1 hour and 55 minutes and just let it play for a little bit?
Yeah, I just wanted to welcome MCAT. I know you're at a graduation. It's that time of year.
He's dedicated
to fathom this, but on June the 6th, 1981 is when I graduated from high school, guys and girls. Yes, I am. Right? I just missed being a boomer. I'm on the borderline of boomer Gen X, but yes, I graduated June 6, 1981. So I'm hello, shout out to all my Per Golders, 1981, Madison East. Next summer is our 45-year class reunion. So enjoy that graduation, MCAT. Thank you for still listening with your earbuds in. You're so loyal. We love you. She came on live last week, guys. She came on the platform after being invited for like 12 weeks. So we're going to welcome her back again, hopefully Friday Night Lives. And so back to you, Julie. I'm going to run the dog out. So if you guys have to suffer through a commercial, I apologize.
Can you go to 1 hour and 55 minutes and then just let it play for a little bit? So
yes. And sorry if you have to suffer a commercial while I run the dog out.
That's
but
okay.
I will
we
be
can
back.
learn about stuck poop in our systems and how to exercise it.
All right. I'll take you to 155 and I'll be right back.
Yes, please. Thank you.
Lanier by Neuromod Devices uses dual mode stimulation to soothe tinnitus. Lanier
270.
Thanks.
70.
Did that have any significance on your analysis?
Yes.
What was that?
And also,
well, we can use that to estimate. Obviously, we can integrate that to get the speed, but we can also estimate the force applied to the taillight with that information.
And most likely
Can we go to the next slide, please?
So, justice for resuscitation, Randy.
What is the delta V as it relates to the 17-mile-an-hour lab test?
So you can see, again, the arm initially at rest is accelerated up, increasing in speed, and then reaches just about 16 miles per hour, so reaching nearly a common velocity with the taillight at about 8 milliseconds in time.
Next slide, please. Did you conduct additional tests other than the 2 lab tests that we've talked about?
Yes, sir.
Describe
All right,
just
so
in
now we're
general,
gonna
and
do
then we'll
the
talk
part
more
test.
specifics.
The
What were
part
the
test
tests
are
that
the
you
ones where
undertook after the lab tests?
So we
Her
conducted
investigation
2
ran
tests
Randy
with a suspended
Love.
ATD arm
I want
that was
you to
impacted by
harness.
an exemplar 2021 Lexus
It was in a
LX570.
harness. We're
We
gonna
then conducted a
explain,
test
and
where
we're
the
gonna
arm
learn
was
how
then
harnesses
attached to a
work
test
from
dummy,
this nice
and then our
gentleman,
final test was a
because some
full-on
people
impact
don't know what
to a test dummy.
harness is.
Can we go to slide
So,
48, please?
now we're gonna learn.
What are we looking at in this slide?
This is the exemplar 2021 Lexus LX570 that was utilized during this test program.
Was this the same vehicle that was utilized in all the tests, C, D, E, and F?
Correct, yes.
If we could go to slide 49, the next slide. What's depicted in this photograph?
Well, so there's a number of things here, so I'll try to point them all out. So obviously, we talked about just now the Lexus here, the exemplar vehicle. We have a
Everybody
forklift
see
that
the
was
rig-
hoisted up
the
that ultimately
harness
was suspended in the
gonna go
arm.
on for
I think I have an additional
Randy,
photograph that shows it close up.
which is
But
not
the arm was
exactly a
suspended
block,
from the forklift
but a Randy
at
in
the
a
correct height
harness.
to interact with the taillight. We have our high-speed cameras set up under this umbrella. There's another one over here. Another thing you'll note is we brought out the chest freezer when we were installing these in the Lexus to, again, keep them at that
That's
steady
a lot
state
more than
temperature
some people know, Kurt.
for as long as possible.
If we could go to the next slide, please. What are we looking at in this photograph?
All right,
So this
it's
is the
all alignment.
approximate
Now, if you look at the
position
hand here, everybody
that
remember
we
the
plan to have
dent that
contact
was
occur in
around
these
the
tests.
windshield wiper
So
that
as you can see,
everybody made a
the
big deal out
forearm is
of,
in
and the
contact
addict
with
said,
the
"Oh,
lift
if you
gate
line up
and the quarter panel
perfectly,
taillight
you do like
along with the
this,
elbow.
you'll end up doing
Why
it."
did you choose this
See how it's
configuration
nowhere
for
near
the arm,
any of that?
the
I don't know
forearm,
where the dent
the
comes
hand,
from. I
the
think,
elbow?
again, my opinion, I think
It was
he
based
struck
upon
the
my
glass
review
at it,
of
that's
Dr.
what
Welcher's
happened.
work, and that he
But
did
it
through
hasn't been
his static
addressed
and
by I
dynamic
blew
test for paint
myself,
test
Welcher,
that this is how the arm was roughly
my
oriented
opinion.
when the alleged
And
contact
that's a
occurred.
reference
What
to
were you
Arrested
trying to
Development.
replicate in
Shout out to Obi.
positioning
He
the
was
arm this
right.
direction, this way, as it relates to the SUV?
Well, I think as I stated earlier, it was to understand, okay, let's get beyond just simple geometry aligning things. What happens to the arm, right? What are the accelerations? What's the damage, right? What we want to answer some of those other questions that Dr. Welcher didn't answer.
Does this
So I'm going to strike the last part of that answer.
does this configuration align with your understanding of Dr. Welcher's alignment of the arm as it relates to the vehicle?
Oh boy, I'm in charge.
Maybe first,
Anarchy.
Connor.
Yes.
Thank you, Ron.
Anarchy, Bobby.
Yes.
Anarchy.
Okay, let's go to the next slide. It's maybe self-explanatory. What was the speed of your first test out in the field?
15 miles per hour.
Next slide, please. What are we looking at in these 2 photographs?
So on the left is a photograph of the installed preconditioned taillights just
Right,
after
so
the
he's
install,
showing
and on the
that
right
they
is a
installed new
thermal
taillights
image
and that
of
they were
that.
cold. Now the next picture is going to show a picture of
And
the parking lot.
if I
where
may
they
just
did
point out with the
test.
temperature.
Now I did a little
So one of the things you may
measurement
see here is that
figure
due to
out
the reflective
how
chrome here,
far
this
they
is just an
have to back
artifact
up.
of that being really reflective. So when we look at the average temperature profile of the taillight for this test, the average was approximately 17 degrees Fahrenheit for the taillight.
Was it important in this testing to account for the temperature variance of the taillight assembly?
Yes, absolutely. And I will note we certainly strive to maintain that. One of the things you actually may see in this photograph on the left are these pellets on the ground, and that is due to the fact during the installation process, one of my colleagues was positioned adjacent to the taillight fixtures, applying compress of dry ice to help mitigate any heat transfer during the install process.
Let's move on to the next slide. What are we looking at in this
parking
overhead?
lot right there. There are
This is
15 parking
it's a drone
spots
video,
on
so you're going to
on
see
top
the
portion.
Lexus accelerate from
You see the
left to
Lexus
right,
on the left part
impacting
of the
the
screen that's facing
hybrid
perpendicular.
suspended arm in the area where you could see the
It's approximately
umbrella.
90
Can you use
feet
your
to the
spotlight
strike
and orient
zone,
us?
which
Where are
is
the
right where the
vehicles
blue
and the
tent is.
testing
Approximately around there.
locations?
That's
Yes.
where the harness is.
So the
dummy that's in the harness,
Lexus is starting here.
like a
You will see it
marionette
accelerate
harness,
in
because
reverse
it's just striking
with
arm,
the
so
hybrid
it
arm
lines up
suspended
with
in this
the
area here.
arm, not
The first
showing
signs of sciatic nerve decay may surprise you. Most people don't know this, but the real reason behind searing
harness.
sciatic nerve pain has less to do with a bulging disc or a spine disorder than we first thought. Nearly 90% of adults 60 years of age or older have bulging discs or disc degeneration, but absolutely no pain symptoms.
Right, that's a
Here's
rump.
the problem. No matter what type of pain remedies you take or therapies you try, you're often only addressing the symptoms, not the real root cause. Leading experts are now blaming one common yet pervasive vitamin deficiency on the rising sciatic nerve pain epidemic. You've likely never heard of this one little-known vitamin deficiency before, but since 2023, it has been spreading like wildfire among adults over 50. If you or a loved one suffer from symptoms of sciatic nerve decay, such as moderate to severe pain in your lower back, hips, buttocks, or down your leg, numbness or weakness in your lower back, hips, buttocks, legs, or feet. If you said yes to any of those symptoms, you may be a victim of this one deficiency.
Away, and now they're like,
here's the problem. No matter what type of pain relievers you take or therapies you try, you're only addressing the symptoms, not the real root cause.
Maybe I'll do my own
Listen,
ad.
eventually it will get harder and harder to sit in the car for very long, harder to walk your dog or even go to the bathroom by yourself.
This stuff is delicious.
This is when your family starts wondering if you're able to take care of yourself.
New Hampshire's finest.
Eventually, this one deficiency takes over and corrodes your joints, degenerates your muscles, and even wreaks havoc on your brain, and can even wipe away your memories. And I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but that means you may be stuck with the pain forever, and it could get much worse. This one deficiency has been linked to dementia, kidney failure, heart disease, and other deadly conditions. That is why there is over a 70% failure rate in all sciatic nerve pain treatments, even including risky procedures. Did you know that you can relieve sciatic nerve pain while you sleep? Fortunately, there is one little-known vitamin that can immediately replenish this deficiency and in many cases relieve the discomfort associated with it. In fact, 65-year-old patients who were completely dependent on pain relievers and expensive therapies and chiropractic visits for over years are now walking and moving better than ever without any discomfort. And what they found was shocking. Not only did...
Is this a video or just a still shot?
Oh, there we go.
This is a drone video.
Let's go and play that.
Oh, turd nose piriformis. I'm telling.
Dr. Wolfe, is that in real time or slowed down, sped up?
This is in real time.
Okay. Next video, please. What is this?
About 90 feet to get
this is a camera that was mounted on top of the forklift that was suspending the arm.
Is this a still shot or is it a video?
It's a video.
What is the orientation of that arm as it relates to the vehicle that we'll see?
So it will make contact with the taillight, although I will note in this test, ultimately the contact ended up being more of a clip or a side swipe in this test.
Go ahead. Did you see the impact area?
It's quick.
Right. What did you mean when you said more of a side swipe or a clip?
So I think the next couple of videos will help demonstrate that.
Let's move on to the next one. What are we looking at in this video? Oh, I'm sorry, in this photograph.
So this is going to be a high speed or a slow-mo video. You're going to see the Lexus come in from the right and then move across the screen to the left. And you'll see contact occur between the taillight and the arm.
We don't have metal joints. Our joints are made of cartilage and bones and tendons and tissues. And again, the only reason why it rotates is because it's on springs or harness.
Can you explain for the jurors using this video what you meant by more of a side swipe or a clip?
Right. So this is where the hand and the wrist are kind of in the area of the quarter panel taillight, and then a portion of the forearm in contact with, I'm sorry, what I previously said, the wrist and the hand in contact with the lift gate portion of the taillight, and then on the forearm is more in contact with the quarter panel taillight.
Then we move to the next slide. And what is this angle?
This is, same test, just a different angle with the high-speed cameras in slow motion.
And this is at 15 miles per hour, correct?
15 miles an hour, correct.
Can you explain for the jurors, given the fact that this is suspended, does that have any impact on the ultimate analysis or reconstruction, rather than being attached to an ATD?
Effectively, mass is mass. So whether we have an arm that is suspended or attached, again, it's the arm is on a joint, right? So the arm can accelerate freely of the rest of the body, right? So if anything, even if it is attached to the body, there may actually be some additional force associated with that, just because there could be more mass attached to it.
Understood. Okay, let's go ahead and play this video.
See the taillight flex? I mean, I know I kept saying look at the arm, but the taillight flex, which again, you get that with polycarbonate and acrylic, which is what
Can we go to the next slide, please?
Which shocked me, but you do analysis.
What are we looking at in these three photographs?
So you're looking at, on the left, starting from left to right, just at contact, and then just after contact, and then post-contact. So as I mentioned, you can see that in this first one at contact, like we don't have, the hand isn't and the arm aren't positioned as far out on the previous test, and the hand is in the area and the wrist of the lift gate taillight with part of the forearm in contact with the quarter panel taillight. And as you saw in the video, essentially the arm just kind of moves out of the way of the vehicle as it comes by.
Understood. Next slide, please. What are we looking at here?
This is a photograph of the test vehicle subsequent to the test, depicting the, I'll say, lack of damage to the taillights.
Describe what you did see in terms of damage or lack of damage on the taillight.
There was no damage or fracturing to the taillights.
Describe the orientation of the arm in this particular test that you said was more of a side swipe. What was the orientation of the arm to the taillight in terms of how much of the arm touched the taillight? It's probably a clunky question, but I think you understand it.
I don't know if I could break it down into, I think just
that
qualitatively speaking, like I said, it appears to be the hand.
Oh, perfect. Okay. Can you fast forward to, let's see, do you want to see the big one?
Yes, ma'am. Wherever you need me to go.
Let's see. I don't know if it shows it. Do you want to see both the 29 and the 24, and then we'll go to Rentschler? Or do you want to do just 20, 24?
Oh, we can do both. Whatever you want.
Okay. All right. We'll just jump around. Can you go 2 hours, 14 minutes?
Yes. And hi, Kim. Welcome. I know you guys have been cooler in Madison than we've been down here. We've been extra hot for some reason for June in my area of Florida. I expected down south, but up here in northern, I consider me more North Florida. I'm only an hour and a half from the border, Georgia-Florida border. So it's extremely hot here for this time of year. And I was jealous because I think you guys had like 66 yesterday. So I'm jealous, Kim. All right. Where am I going, Julie? 2 hours and
14 minutes.
14 minutes. Yes, ma'am. I'll take it
around there. That's good. That's
right
good.
There. Perfect.
That's arm only. Oh, I'm sorry. 2 hours and 22 minutes, please.
Got it.
Yeah, we see enough of the arm. I mean, at 29 miles per hour, it detaches and goes to Stoughton or wherever.
Well, guess what? We have a Stoughton in Madison too. Kathy, who comes to our live streams, she used to live in Stoughton. It's a suburb of it's its own town, but its own little city, but it's tiny. But it's like 15 minutes outside of Madison is where Stoughton is. It's it's a Norwegian community where we're from. I don't know what it is there in Massachusetts, but it's very Norwegian in Wisconsin.
Very Canton-esque.
Oh,
well, kind of, sort of.
Stoughton is a lot like Canton, is it?
Well, yeah. I mean, it's right next door, so it's still the South Shore. So everybody left. South Boston, Dorchester, all those areas.
I have to say, I feel bad. Like, I want to say something positive about Stoughton. At some point, I'm going to have to read about it because all I've ever done is slam them for having that disgusting police department that did not catch Matthew Farwell and all of his evildoers before they could hurt Sandra Birchmore. So I've never said a damn positive word about Stoughton, and that makes me feel bad because I know there's a lot of good people that live there, and I know they have good police officers there too, not just shitty ones. But it's tough when such a heinous crime has taken place and then your town gets known for that, and then all the good stuff that your town has done, all the good cops get just tossed to the wayside.
Well, so I'll say one thing about Stoughton. When you compare Stoughton versus Canton, remember the story I told you about my hockey team and because we used to play in Canton at the Punk Club ring.
Yes.
Whenever we would play, because it's again like a rec league, beer league, we would go out and we would always go to the 99. That was I think it was around there. It wasn't in Canton. I think it was either in Stoughton or somewhere else. But we would go to like bars in Stoughton, or we would go to definitely like the 99. Like we would always go to the 99, and then like our adventure would be to go to Stoughton. And again, I asked, I was like, well, why don't we go with these other teams? Like they go to local bars, and like, no, there's too much of a towny element in the town of Canton. And fast forward to the Karen Reed stuff, and it turns out like, oh, all these bars, like the Waterfall, the Hillside, all those places are all those bars with local elements. But we would always go to Stoughton because on the grand scheme of things, people in Stoughton look at Canton and go, oh, it's like the wild, wild west there. So when you look at stuff in comparison, Stoughton, Canton. So
got it. Thank
Stoughton's
you.
got a couple notches above Canton, but I mean, it's still the same element. Like you can go to like Weymouth, Duxbury, Scituate, Nantasket Beach, like all those places, like you're going to have the same elements, Quincy, Squantum, all those places. Like it's still the same people from years ago in like the 50s and 60s leaving, Southie and Dorchester and to the South Shore. I mean, they did the same thing in East Boston. I mean, that's what I did. I, left and went to the North Shore. It's just, we're all spread out. So,
right. Well, Turd says Stoughton was bigger and Canton was part of it. Stoughton was named for a judge in the Salem witch trials who was particularly harsh on the women. Oh, wow. That's great
Turt's
history.
coming with knowledge, of course.
Yeah,
of course.
she's coming with the knowledge. I love it. I love it. Not the story. I don't love the story. That witch trials. That's
no.
Terrifying. That's terrifying. But I don't remember exactly. But I think I went through. So my great aunt and uncle for many, many years owned a house in Foxborough. So I flew into the Boston airport and they picked me up and I got to spend time in Boston. I also stayed at Boston College because I was there for a Special Olympics conference. This was back in the day before I was a police officer when I worked for Special Olympics. So I got to stay at Boston University or Boston College. I stayed at Boston College in the dorms. And then the last couple of days they picked me up and took me sightseeing. Would I have gone through Canton and Stoughton if they were living in Foxborough?
If you went from Foxborough to BC, maybe. If you went from Foxborough to BC, maybe. So Foxborough is that's on the border of I mean that's where the Patriots play.
Right.
That's on the border of Rhode Island. So that's like John DePetro territory. So you might need to do some ad reads if you're in that territory. But good thing I have 603 hard seltzer, so we can do our own ad reads.
I just remember them taking me to some of these cute little what they called little towns around them. And this was a good 20 years ago already now. So, I think I may have.
Yeah. So you would have gone. I mean, if you go up Route 1. Like if you took Route 1, that would have taken you to Denham and everywhere else. Yeah, right. I mean, it's possible you would have gone through like if you went up 95, you absolutely would have gone through Canton.
I'm almost positive we did, but I'm hoping to get up your way for a visit, one of these days. So then we'll have to do some sightseeing again. So, all right, I'll take you back here to you.
Yeah, 2 hours and 22 minutes. Please.
There you go.
Next slide, please. Test E, 24-mile-an-hour impact test.
Now remember harness, because apparently they don't have harnesses in South Boston. We had them in East Boston. They don't have harnesses in South Boston, so we had to learn what a harness is here. So that's why I keep saying harness, because apparently some people don't know what a harness is.
A 24-mile-an-hour impact test to the ATD arm attached to a test dummy.
Next slide, please. Why did you utilize 24 miles an hour for this test?
So it's my understanding that this is the upper end. There is a triggering event of, I believe it's 1162.2, and I think at the end of that data, the speed is approximately 24 miles per hour.
What'd you say, Julie?
Oh, sorry. I sometimes I forget that we're on the internet, and when I read that out loud.
You're fine, but I like to make sure they can hear you when you make comments about these tests. So I always pause.
I'm not going to turd and mention Titanic Pig because she said Cantonese. So
Cantonese, yeah. Well, it's not like we're in any big hurry right now tonight, so we could pause whenever we want.
So we did a test at the end point, if you will, in that data set.
What is this photograph showing in terms of the orientation of the arm and the hybrid test dummy, ATD?
So the orientation is to depict, again, the orientation that Dr. Welcher indicated in his static and dynamic test to show what happens when again, that ATD arm that we had is attached to a test dummy and is struck at 24 miles per hour.
Next slide, please. And what is this?
So this is a thermal image of the taillights just after the install.
That is so
with
cool.
The average temperature at about 30,
that is a
just over 33 degrees
experiment.
Fahrenheit.
Next slide. And
okay, now everybody see where the car is?
Where is it, Julie?
Okay, all right. Can everybody see where the car is? All right, so Kat, I don't know if you heard this. So I calculated and I just measured based on the width of my car. I estimated 6. I counted the spots, parking spots in the parking lot, and I did like a conservative estimate. I said, all right, they're approximately 6 feet wide each spot. So you calculate there's 15 of them. That comes out to 90 feet. Now, if you look at where the white Lexus is, it's no, I can't turn my hand that way. So it's like this. You see the parking, you see the top level, the top row of the spots. And then on the left, right where the shadow is, that's the Lexus with the moonroof. That's facing this way. And then the blue tent is right about where the harness is with the forklift, with the dummy and the harness, because we're not testing impact on the body. We're testing impact on just the forearm at 24 miles an hour. So if you look, it has to go at least 90 feet in order to achieve 24 miles an hour impact with dry conditions, dry as a bone conditions, no snow, no cold, no ice, no precipitation at all whatsoever. I mean, there's no moisture to lower the mu of friction, which is the amount of contact that the that tires would have. So there's no slippage. You're going to get pretty good contact the whole entire way through, and you still have to go over 87 feet or 20 or 50 or whatever the frig that asshole came up with. Pardon my French.
Hey, Turd, thanks for all the history.
So I'm not going off on my usual F-bomb tangent. So
it's okay. It's all right. It's Wednesday. Wednesdays, we swear. Thanks for the history lessons too. And any of you are welcome to give us any history if we're covering a case that's in your neck of the woods and you know the history. It's helpful. It's really nice to learn about the history of where something is taking place. Okay, Julie, back we go.
At a top-down drone video with the Lexus here on the left that will accelerate in reverse up to 24 miles an hour, striking the ATD arm.
Let's watch that, please. Next slide. What are we looking at in this slide?
So this is a top-down video from atop of the forklift, or where the arm is suspended, attached to the dummy. So you're going to see the vehicle enter from the bottom into going to the top.
Listen to him.
Say that again, because it's hard to hear you over him. For me, anyway. So no, just say it again.
Yeah. So when it strikes, it's going to be fast, but he's going to do it in slow motion. Just look at the hands, look at the elbow, but more importantly, look at the shoulder and look at the direction that the dummy wants to go in. Now, if this thing didn't have a harness. Again, I keep harping on this. If this thing didn't have a harness, if you apply any type of force with Blob, come here, Blob. Maybe I should grab your ass like Walter did, because he is a weirdo. So if you apply any force where it's pulling this way, it's gonna go like this. See, I mean, I can yank on Blob. I don't want to hurt it because I'll cry. But
don't hurt our Blob.
So it's gonna go this way. Not rotate, it's going to go this way into the side of the car. So
and Rentschler was talking about that today too.
He sure was. Yep, he sure was. I felt so.
Did you notice I'm wearing Blob colors, black and pink?
Match Blob.
Yes, I wanted to match the Blob, my Blob friend. I planned it.
Blobs in all of us.
Turd says, rub each other's preformies if you're going to play
disagree.
And I don't believe you've never had anything of value. I've been in chats with you. I know you have things of value, my dear. And your Twitter posts are highly of value. I've shared a lot of them. All right, back we go.
Top of the screen.
All right, now look at what it looks like afterwards. See how the arm is turned 180 degrees?
What is this view?
Yeah,
it's just another perspective. This is a slow motion video where you'll see the Lexus in reverse. I think this one actually has kind of a long build up before it starts here.
Forearm literally turned around, and so that's why the thumb was hitchhiking like this and then turned around like this.
Right.
John O'Keefe have any of that? Nope. No, he did not.
Scary to. I get a little bit of PTSD watching these tests because a year after my father died of cancer, my grandfather was hit by a car, and there's been a few times when I've thought about. I have his autopsy report. I've thought about reading it so for all of the haters out there and these anti-Karen readers who just cannot wrap their head around science. But I haven't looked at it in years, and it was painful enough at the time. But it's hard for me to watch any kind of videos of people getting hit by cars. And even the crash test dummy kind of gives my stomach a little bit of a stomach ache. I just want to tell you, he walked this route his whole life to go to the bakery, to say hi to my grandma, to buy the bread. And a young, inexperienced driver hit him in the crosswalk, and he passed away. So it was just horrible. And it's part of, in some respects, for those of you that have been through tragedy, and there isn't probably a person on this planet who hasn't been through some form of tragedy at least once in their life, it does shape you. It does direct you into areas you might not have thought about going into and doing. I don't know that I would be doing this today if I hadn't lost my father at 19 and then my grandpa and then my grandma, all to a combined tragedy. I don't know. I think I really feel a lot of times that the tragedy I had to live through and my family had to live through kind of made me into the person that I ended up becoming. And I think that a lot of you probably can attest to that and would have stories to share like that. We may have while we're waiting for the jury, we can talk about anything we want. So I may open the platform up to people that have suffered tragedies, that have lost people, like the O'Keefes and like all of the other victims that we are standing for have lost people, and what it's like to survive a tragedy and live through a tragedy, whether it's an accident or cancer or a homicide. The families have to live on, and it's very, very difficult at times, but it can definitely shape you and change you in some ways for the better. So I just wanted to share that with you guys.
Yeah, no matter what any of the people on the quote unquote other side, I mean, a lot of them, I think, just do it just to be included. Like, like being in the attic and like seeing like certain parts of the testimony, and then like looking at the chat's reaction. Like you could tell that like a lot of them are like, wait, what? Wait, what? Wait, what? And something clicks, and like they're not buying a whole bunch of it, and they're just kind of going along just to say like, oh, well, I don't understand this lady, this doctor that came in, she's a hired gun. Of course she's going to say all the things. Like, no, it's all backed up and with verified. Like, you're comparing what the stomach looked like, you're comparing what the brain looked like, you're comparing injuries. Like, how is that hired gun? Hired gun is what the blue guy did. He went up there and blew himself and took pictures of his crotch while he did all he did all the measurements. He took all, he did all the things. You should listen to him. And now look what happened. He's halfway to friggin' Cancun now because he needs to get out of the country and say, I don't know her. Hank who? I'm not picking up. Who's this? New phone. Because he got embarrassed as somebody who is in the mathematicians and scientists community. Shame on him. Shame on him for bringing that. Like, it's so embarrassing. The fact that he won't even show his face again. Embarrassing. Oh, so embarrassing. But anyways, this is not embarrassing. Let's go on, and then we'll go on. I just want to show these two things just to show like what it actually looks like afterwards. So, like body wise, especially the arm and what Dr. Rexler was talking about. And now that we have the X-rays, we can see exactly what it looks like when. And again, I didn't catch that the first time either, where his forearm rotates 180 degrees. It goes from north to south, basically. And again, he's in a harness because, again, like what Dr. Wolfe is going to say on
And
Cross,
can we go to the next slide, please?
Because Hank asked him, he said, hey.
So this is a perspective from the high-speed camera, so slow.
Hang on one second. Hang on. Oh, yeah. So Hank asked him on Cross. He said, why is he in a harness? Because Hank wanted it both ways. He's like, why is he in a harness on this test specifically? And he said, well, we need to preserve the dummy. And he kept saying, like, don't call Randy a dummy. Randy has rights. Justice for Randy. And so he said, I don't want to slam him into a car because this dummy costs $150,000. And because we have financial constraints, we need to structure these tests so that's why it was not struck. And because, again, if he was not in a harness and they did kind of like a quick release where as soon as the car went by, they would put a trigger and the harness would release like milliseconds before the car struck, his arm would strike. Would be struck and would dislocate, but the rest of him, unless his arm was going to be ripped off, would be sucked into the ass end, the side quarter panel, the rear quarter panel of the car. It would smash that window and destroy the quarter panel. And again, they wouldn't be able to do the final test. because there would be too much damage to the vehicle, but that's why they did it. But again, Hank asked him, he said, well, why didn't you do this? He said, well, because it would destroy the dummy, would destroy the car, be too much money. And he said, oh, well, maybe you should have, because now I'm going to ask you all these ridiculous questions because I'm Hank, and that's what I do.
Well,
So
I have to say, Julie, I don't know about the rest of you, but I was pretty stunned when the glass broke, completely shattered in the back of the SUV.
Really? Why?
That's
a ridiculous amount of force.
I'm sure I would have thought
Really?
about it, but nobody's ever talked about it before. Was that ever mentioned in trial 1?
No, a lot of things weren't mentioned in trial 1. Basically, so
Right.
I was thinking of this today too. I'm like, wait a minute, if they didn't have a lot of this, why wasn't this done? And then I thought about it. I went back to like pre-trial and was like, oh, the Commonwealth never really gave their theory, because that's why I'm like, why didn't they just do these strikes tests with forearm? And I was like, oh, they didn't come up with the friggin' thing. That was basically like an addict formulation where they're like, well, what if John O'Keefe was standing like this and went, oh my God, there's Karen's car. Wait a second. Let me slam myself in the face with a glass and then line myself up so I can be struck and flung onto the dirt. Like, that was basically the formulation of how all this happened. And they didn't have this trial 1 because my poor glasses. They didn't have this trial 1 because they didn't come up with it, because Trooper Paul basically made it up on the stand as he was going. So they couldn't do this. That's why it was so limited. So like I was like, a lot of people are saying like, well, where did this come from? Why wasn't this done the first time? They couldn't do it because their theory was that he chucked the glass at the taillight, and that's what shattered it, and then he got struck somehow and ended up on the lawn, and then everything else happened from there, and the taillight lined up, and just turned into a big cluster of everything. But if you do the empirical calculations and you figure out like, what does it take to break all this, what does it take to bruise, what would the body sustain, what would it not sustain, what would the car sustain, what would the glass sustain, what would it take to break the glass, what would the taillight lenses take, what would it take to break them, what would it take to bend and smash the taillight, the tailgate and the side panel, which is steel. You do all that and you go, yeah, this car would be fucked up, like not beyond recognition, but it would be destroyed to the point where you couldn't drive it again, and it would be very noticeable that there was some type of like major impact. So,
well, I think part of it too is because I've never believed that John was hit by a car. I wasn't really thinking about what could have happened to the car. What other damage should have we seen on Karen Reed's car had she actually hit John? So that's why I think I was extra stunned when they did this experiment and the whole freaking back window exploded.
That was my big thing from day one, like figuring out like, okay, his body in the car, like when 2 years ago when the autopsy photo came out, they showed the picture of his forearm. I looked and was like, are those dog bites? Or they're saying he was involved with a car. Could it be that he, was run over and that could have caught on the undercarriage or something? Because again, we're in the Northeast, these things rust underneath, and depending on the model, they could rust more or lever and leave and could have snapped on something. And
I remember you and I talking about that in between the two trials, that you were thinking, whoa, what if that was from underneath the car? But what I love about the doctor is Laposado is, and again with Dr. Russell, is the pattern recognition. That is something most of us that aren't in the medical field, I mean, Kathy and Kim would know about this, but I had never heard of pattern recognition before. So again, I've been learning so much, not just about the body, but about science and physics. But the pattern recognition, that's huge. I mean, there are so many peer-reviewed journal articles, so many medical books. This is not a new concept, pattern recognition. So for both of them to agree on that, and oh, yay, MCAT, a new member. Welcome to the membership platform, MCAT. She's been a subscriber for a very long time. But just for all of you that are new, we went over 1,000 subscribers almost a month ago now, which was 2 months ahead of my goal. And that I thank all of you for that so much. And so I decided to add a membership level very low. I think, well, $199 a month is Warrior 1, $299 a month is Warrior 2, and $399 a month is Warrior 3. Because I'd like to get into some more private sessions when for instance, the new case on Deshaun Hudson, where we're going we're going to break down was that Florida stand your ground or was it not? And I'd like to have some private sessions with those of you that really like to dig into the police reports and the body cam, and some of the autopsies I don't want to show on a regular live because they can get quite gruesome, and especially with what I'm about to do with the Idaho 4 case with 4 young college students. And I've heard the autopsies are very gruesome. So when they do become available and I'm able to get a hold of them, I don't know that that's proper for a regular live stream. So I thought this is a good time to just add some membership levels, very reasonable. And that money will actually only go towards program costs. So it will be to pay for StreamYard and YouTube and anything else that I need to help me with the cost of what I'm already putting out to run this live show. So it's not for any salaries for me or Julie. We are completely volunteers right now, but I am thinking about going nonprofit, but it's a lot. So I have a lot to think about, but I thank all of you so much. I'm so grateful to all of you for caring about people, for caring about more than caring about your community and people that are affected in your communities by crime and corruption and unsolved homicide / M-word YouTube. And that's why I added the memberships, because I'd like to do more with all of you in a private way. And that's a way for me to be able to do that. So thank you. Thank you. Hello, Jeff Williams. Welcome. All the evidence still points to the defendant. Fact.
Yeah. Thanks for the opinion.
Well, Jeff, you're welcome here. I welcome everybody here because we are welcoming of all. We are bipartisan politically. We welcome all opinions as long as you are respectful. You have every right to your opinion. But what I really love about following these cases and trials and standing and advocating for victims is I do a lot of reading up on these cases, or I wouldn't be able to live stream. So I read police reports when they're available to me, Jeff. I read autopsy reports. I go deep. I meet with the families on live streams. I meet with the families in person if I can. I have 3 families here that I'm meeting with in person now, possibly 4. And then I meet via Zoom with other families around the country. So I'm in this not just for live streaming. I literally dig into the cases with the families. So I do a lot of reading, which helps me to understand the cases more. So Jeff, I'm telling you with 100% certainty as a former cop that Karen Reed did not hit John O'Keefe with her car. And if you have evidence to show me differently than what the CW has brought to me, because the CW has not convinced me in any way, shape, or form, I went into this with an open mind in trial 1. Right out of the gate, I had an open mind. So, but you're welcome here, and as long as you're respectful to everybody here, I appreciate it so much. So I'm going to continue, and you stay respectful in the chat, and you're welcome here because we know that everyone has opinions in this case, and you're entitled to yours. So let's continue. You ready to roll, Julie?
Oh, yep. Yeah. That's can you play this for just like a minute or two just to show and then we'll
slow motion video with the Lexus reversing into the ATVR at 24 miles per hour.
Before you play this, Dr. Wolfe, I failed to ask this, it may be obvious. After each of the tests, C, D, E, F, were you replacing the taillight with new exemplar taillights that have been temperature accounted for?
Yes, every test had a new set of quarter panel taillights, as well as liftgate taillights. And even in the test where the taillight in the 50-mile-an-hour test where the taillight was not damaged, we still put on new taillights. We did not repurpose or reuse any of the taillights.
Okay, thank you.
So they did new taillights, but they didn't do new quarter panel, tailgate, anything like that because there wasn't damage, like extensive damage to it. Like it flexed, but it didn't leave the strike mark that the prior one did. But again, look at it. Look at his elbow. Look at his forearm. It is literally rotated around. And again, he's in a harness, so it's not very realistic. But look at his face. His face goes right into the side, and then the harness catches him. Again, it's extreme slow motion.
Next slide. In this configuration, was the ATD outfitted
his face,
with
wherever his face is going, that's the direction that he's going in. Where his face and shoulder are going.
At the time you outfitted the ATD with the hoodie, in this configuration before this test E, did you confirm that the right sleeve was damaged or undamaged?
After this test?
No, before.
Before, it was undamaged before the test.
Okay. What are we looking at in this slide?
So this is still frames from the high speed. So starting out on the left here, just at contact. So the forearm making contact with the liftgate taillight, and then the upper part of the forearm and the elbow making contact, a direct hit into the quarter panel taillight. In the middle here is just after contact, and on the right is post contact.
Yep.
Thank you. Next slide, please.
Head's still going in. It's four. And it's
What
going
are we
like
looking
this.
at in this?
And then there's damage. All right. All right. Kat,
So
can you
this
go to
is
2
a
hours,
over-
35 minutes?
Yeah. And I just wanted to remind everybody too, when I meet with the family and discuss what happened to their loved one with them, and I ask them to send me everything they can send me, and if they haven't been able to acquire it, then I try to acquire it. I go in with an open mind, because I am not going to just automatically take the word of a total stranger to me, because obviously a family member is going to be biased what happened to their loved one, and they can still be grieving and they can still be sad, but it doesn't necessarily mean to me that their family member was a victim of an unaliving by someone else's hands until I see the police reports and I read the evidence and I look at any interviews that they may have gotten with witnesses or any body cam footage. When I met Kara almost a year ago, and she told me what happened to her husband, I had to go into it with an open mind, because there's so much and so many witnesses and so much going on with that case. And I told her that. I said, this is no disrespect to you or your family or Jason's family. I have to go into it with an open mind. And then I slowly work through all of it. And then I come to my opinion of if I am able to advocate for that person for justice. And then I go from there. Just so you guys understand, I have a method to my madness, how I handle all of the cases of all the families that I'm working with. If I feel I can't help them because I don't necessarily agree that justice should be sought in their case. There's not always going to be justice when someone is unalived. Sometimes it can be your fault, or you can be an equal fault in a manslaughter situation, and then they can't prosecute it. They can't take it to court. So those are very difficult cases for families to live on with. I was telling you about my grandfather. My grandmother decided not to press charges. She absolutely could have. But she felt that too much we had just lost my father to cancer, and it was so much trauma, and we didn't want to ruin this girl's life. We figured she was going to have to live with this for the rest of her life, that she drove recklessly and that she killed a 78-year-old man who was healthy, probably could have lived well into his 90s, the way it was looking. And my grandma didn't want to do that, so she chose not to. So there isn't always going to be justice, and that's tough to swallow and tough to take. But where we can get justice, we damn well are going to fight for it, and we're going to help the families to get it.
Overall photograph depicting the taillights subsequent to this test at 24 miles per hour. I will note that there's no damage to the liftgate taillight, and then there is damage to the quarter panel taillight.
Is there any
235?
Go close to it.
All right.
Right in the area of the elbow to the quarter panel taillight.
as opposed to a side swipe?
Right. So this is just moved in.
Correct, yes.
Just slightly. So this is going to be a direct center of
Did
mass.
you undertake to
when they say
test
center
a
of
direct
mass,
impact on the body of the ATD
Right
in
here.
this test?
The Rescue Randy dummy?
Yes.
Yes.
What are we looking at here?
So this is the intended impact configuration with the Rescue Randy suspended here by the forklift, and again, kind of in the path of the profile at that right rear corner.
How much does this test dummy weigh?
Approximately 200 pounds.
Next slide, please. What are we looking at in this photograph?
So this is a video. We had a little bit of a false start, so our high speeds weren't triggered, but thankfully we were able to pull our surveillance video to get at least an overall video of the test taking place.
Do you have, well, let me ask you, did you intend to have high-speed video just like you've had in every other test?
Yes.
What went wrong? Something?
Just miscommunication between the driver and the rest of the test engineers.
Got it.
So false start.
Okay. Was the taillight housing reassembled for this test?
So the driver
Yes, it had
had to
a
go,
preconditioned new
but
set of
nobody
taillights on
else
it.
was ready,
And
and
other
they
than the
went. and
taillight
this was
being
the last
damaged
test that they could
several
do
times that
because
we've seen,
it
was
cost
there any
too
other
much.
damage to the rear of that exemplar vehicle?
Looks like you repeat the question?
Sure. Other than the taillight damage that you rotated through in your testing, C through F, was there any other inherent damage to the the lift gate that existed when the exemplar vehicle was received by you?
When it was received, no, it was in good condition. No defects or damage were noted.
Okay. What are we going to expect to see in this video?
So in this video, you'll see in the surveillance video, the Lexus will come from the right to left, strike the Rescue Randy, and then you'll see the Rescue Randy projected and slide on the ground.
Okay.
So Jeff, I've got some answers to your questions. I just want to let Julie finish with Dr. Wolfe, because then we're going to take a short stretch break and go into a little bit of Dr. Rentschler, and then we're going to do more Dr. Rentschler on Friday Night Lives. But I will answer your questions, Jeff. I have no problem answering your questions.
Oh wait, was that just in general? Yeah, you can explain.
Can you play that one more time,
all right, so this is a direct hit, and the reason why Rescue Randy is out of his harness is because there was force sustained enough that basically destroyed the harness.
So this is
in the pirouette
extract from our VBox software and data acquisition system. So on the top you'll see the video, on the bottom is the data. So this is another
for the puppet strings.
Say that again, Jules.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah. So in the 24-mile-an-hour test, Rescue Randy stayed in the harness even though it was stuck on his arm because he didn't reach the force that would break the harness or the puppet strings from the forklift that held him in place. With the 29-mile-an-hour impact, there was such a force that he basically ripped out of his harness, his clasp, the puppet strings that held him from oh my God, I just lost my train of thought. That all basically broke, and he went along with the car. That's why he wasn't flung airborne like the arm was. He kind of stuck to the ass end of the car a little bit until the harness broke free, and then kind of traveled a little bit. So it's still a little bit disingenuous, but that's basically what's going to happen. But if you look at the state that Rescue Randy was in when he was struck by a 29-mile-per-hour impact, which is a direct impact, and then you look at the car, it's going to show different states of what the body was in, and he was all over the place. So, I'm
going to answer.
Wait a second. In the 29-mile-per-hour impact, he was not knocked out of his shoes. He was, and his foot was ran over in the 24-mile-an-hour impact on the side, but was not knocked out of his shoe.
Correct. So I want to answer one question for you, Jeff, and then we're going to finish up with Julie and Dr. Wolfe, and then I'll come back to it. So first of all, so Jeff Williams says he was hit and thrown out of his shoes. You were a former cop. You should know. Well, first of all, let me tell you, every single accident is different. Every single case is different. That's why the detectives are the detectives, right? I was a patrol officer, so I never took the detective exam. It wasn't something on my radar, but that's why we have the detectives, so they can get into the down and dirty of all the evidence. But something Dr. Rentschler said today that was very impactful, and just because you don't necessarily agree with him doesn't mean you should completely ixnay everything he said, because he's a very intelligent man and this is what he does for a living, is you have to look at the totality. You can't look at individual pieces of evidence or individual scenarios and say this has to be this, because that's not how this works. You have to, it's like a puzzle. You have to fit all the pieces of the puzzle together. And when things don't make common sense, you have to use your common sense in some cases too, especially when there's no cameras. And they're like in Kara's case with Jason Veach, they weren't using their surveillance footage. They had it turned off. They were only putting on at night for a burglary. They didn't seem to care if something bad happened to one of their customers. Well, we'll see what they think about that coming up sooner or later. But you can't just take one thing and say, this is it. Like, you can't just take that Proctor put shards of what I believe that he put pieces of taillight in with John O'Keefe's shirt because he was being careless, and he didn't give a shit because he knew they were gonna arrest Karen the very next day. They didn't even do an investigation. This wasn't a typical hit and run where you might catch the person a few hours later, or you got a license plate, or there was a witness that saw the car leaving the scene, or you got surveillance cameras, doorbell cameras from the neighbors, and you could see it happening. This was a non-witnessed event. And when you have a non-witnessed event, you don't have a witness. You don't have an eyewitness. The closest eyewitnesses you have are the ones in the truck. The closest,
Sorry, that's Richard. Go ahead.
The closest eyewitnesses, you guys, that for that particular case, that incident, if I'm pulled out of it, I'm not the family, I'm not Karen Reed's family, I'm not Jen O'Keefe's family, is Heather and Ryan. They literally pulled up right behind Karen Reed within 10 to 15 seconds. They let her turn in front of them at that intersection. And if you all remember, hang on a second, because I love a good debate, Jeff. I love a good debate. So this is, we don't get this a lot, because most everybody that comes to our channel is here to advocate for the victims of the crimes we're standing for, or in this case, to advocate for Karen Reed. Number one, even if you believe that there was this scientific miracle that Karen hit John with her car and it broke the taillight into 47 scattered pieces around the lawn, that it took them 3 freaking weeks to find, and Brian Albert, first responder, police officer, slept through it all, then I got some gator property to sell you here in Florida, because there is no way all of those things could have happened. It's not logically sensible. And then you've got the science on top of it. Now, going back, sorry, I went off the scape there a little bit. Going back to what you said about, you were a former cop, you should know. First of all, do you know that it's very rare for the shoes to come off? And in this case, only one shoe came off, correct? So it's not very accurate for anybody to rely on just one piece of information, because there's so many things that are involved in losing a shoe in an accident. It depends on the type of accident, where the person's body was hit, the impact, how much force there was. There's all things have to go into it in order for it to make sense. And because the other things don't make sense, doesn't make it, oh, she definitely hit him because he lost his shoe. You can't just pick out one thing and say, this proves Karen Reed hit John O'Keefe with her car. It doesn't work that way. That's not how investigations work. And you also don't solve a complicated case like this in one day. That makes zero sense. No other police department would ever have done that, in my opinion. This is a rare case with a lot of major screw ups by the police department right from the second they got there. And then 24 hours later, they're arresting Karen and impounding her vehicle, and you haven't even interviewed hardly any witnesses, supposed witnesses, but yet you had 13 people in that house, and you had multiple people pulling up to the front of the house. You have to look at the totality of all of what happened, and look at the interviews, and look at the improper police procedure. So going back to what I was saying, even if you think that by some miracle of science, Karen Reed backed up 80 plus feet and ran over John O'Keefe at 24 miles an hour, and he didn't break a single bone, and he doesn't have a single bruise on his body. If you believe that, it doesn't matter, because there's too much reasonable doubt, because the Canton Police Department and the Massachusetts State Police Department effed up this case royally. So even if we could get a miracle camera footage showing that Karen didn't hit John, unless you've got camera footage of them putting his body outside at 3:30 in the morning with the help of whoever was driving the Ford Edge, you're never going to get this trial. You're never going to get these people to trial. It's not going to happen. If we can't get Jason Veach's killers to trial, if we can't get Justin Hudson's people to trial when they actually have him shooting the guy on a video at Applebee's, we are never going to get whoever in that home got into a fight with John and caused his head injury and put him out on the yard and wanted to blame it on somebody else. We're not going to get them. They're not going to pay. Sorry. I'm sorry, you guys, but that's just it. I don't see it unless somebody cracks and finally tells the truth. One of these people that knows what the truth is, or one of these officers finally breaks down and decides to have a conscience and ethics. Nobody's going to go and pay for this. Julie?
Well, I agree with what you said. We could find some common ground. I'm all for disagreement, conversation, discussion. I'm all for that. We can find some common ground. Where the hell is it? I don't want to give too much attention, but wait a second. No. Where the frig is it? Let's see. Do you see any pictures of the crime scene? Here it is. Jeff Williams, the defendant had so many drinks, she was drunk. She made several statements and changed her story several times. We can agree on that. Okay.
Yeah.
since the beginning,
We're all
I
drunk,
have been against her statements because they are stupid and they don't make any sense. And it sounds like she doesn't think before she speaks. Again, I apologize. She didn't do this in how she's being charged and what is alleged to happen. That didn't happen, but something's weird about it. I'll give you that. And from her own statements, that just blows out of the water. Now, does that mean that because she says stupid shit and doesn't seem to have any like sense of what she does, like the faces that she made today, ridiculous. Don't like it. Don't like what she did to Krowski. Does that
Some
make her
people are
guilty
some people are super expressive though, Julie. You and Sean and I have talked about
super
this
expressive
many
is one thing, but staring down Joe Krowski and then making faces and then having it cut and then looking at the camera and like flipping her and like that was too much. The fact that David and Eddie turned to her twice, it was like, okay, I get it. He's being ridiculous, but you got to stop.
Yeah,
and it keeps going.
You're right.
No,
You're right. But think about,
does that make her guilty? No, of course not.
8 weeks of this. So until one of us has had to go through this, and I pray to God none of you ever do, and I certainly pray to God I don't ever have to. We cannot even fathom what this would be like. So I am on the side of cutting everybody in the courtroom. I'm talking about Mrs. O'Keefe, Paul O'Keefe. I'm cutting everybody slack because this is 8 weeks of tense, constant stress. I get anxiety just watching this freaking trial. And Jeff Williams, I do agree with you. There were so many mistakes made that night. First of all, so Jeff, I'm curious. I like having somebody who's thinking on the other side. Why do you think that Jen McCabe wanted Karen Reed to ride with her? Because nobody that was in trial one, we have the privilege of having watched trial one. This jury does not, but we had the privilege of that. So we know that all those people that came on the stand for Lally and blah, blah, blah about the waterfall and whatever they sat and what they did at the basketball game and all this nonsense that was useless for the jury. One of the things that wasn't useless is that they pointed out that Karen Reed was not drunk. Nobody ever said that she was slurring her words or couldn't stand up or was acting crazy or acting drunk. So how did she suddenly then become too drunk to drive the 8 minutes or whatever that drive is from the waterfall over to 34 Fairview? Right. So, and obviously she was supposed to be John's ride. That was her whole purpose of being there. John wanted her to come out with him so that she could give him a ride. That came out in the text messages in the first trial. So why would Jen McCabe, witnessed by Karina that she said this, want Karen to ride with her? What would be the reasoning for that? How's John supposed to get over to 34 Fairview? Is he going to ride with Matt McCabe? Is he going to ride with Brian Albert? And Nicole had supposedly already left. Chris Albert was still there, but he supposedly walked home, allegedly. So do you have an answer for that? Because that Jen McCabe's testimony and her shadiness with looking out the windows multiple times and her timeline, I'm sorry, does now not match up to the prosecution. So the prosecution just gets to change their entire timeline between trial one and trial two. How is that justice for the accused?
But the timeline is life. They live and breathe, and the sun rises and sets by the timeline. They consult 911 and then they consult the timeline. That is the alpha and the omega is the timeline.
Mm-hmm. Yes, Bert, I agree. Everyone's hoping for justice for John O'Keefe, and I don't mean to be the sad person bringing you down, but when I was on light duty, I got to help the detectives with some of the cases, and we had some unsolved cases, and I was able to help with some of those and go through the police reports and go through all the witness testimonies. And I'm just telling you, in my training and experience, they don't have any evidence to arrest anybody for the fight that I believe that John O'Keefe got into in that house and what caused his head injury. They are not going to be able to do it. Somebody's going to have to tell the truth. That will be the only way, unless there's some evidence somewhere that we don't know about or that nobody's brought forward yet. It will be interesting to see. I really do hope that John O'Keefe gets justice, but I don't want to see a person go to jail that didn't do anything, because that's the worst thing, and that we don't want that. So justice has to come because it was a just investigation and then a just trial. This case should have never been taken to trial. The hung jury proved that the first time around. So let's just ask you all that are with us live, and those of you in replay, if you want to comment in the comment section, please do. But I saw some people putting polls up today on Twitter X. It seems to be very split that a lot of people think this jury is going to be hung. And that's horrifying to me, that there could be a third trial. What do you all think? Bert, all of you that have been with me since January, MCAT, Bert, Kathy, Kim, Shauna is probably going to join us on replay. Julie, Turd, you've been following this case. I know you have, with OB and the crew over there on OB's channel. And say hi to OB for me, please. Love to have her on as a guest some night, especially with a couple of these new cases I have. I think a couple of these might be right up her alley. So you'll have to tell her, Turd, that I'd love to have her as a guest for one of my new cases. Turd says I have to watch more South Park.
Yes, agree.
Naval blob, exciting and new. Yes.
The Nagel blob.
Kathy says they're going to come back not guilty. I hope so. I truly hope so. But I'm very concerned, Kathy, that it's going to be tough to get all 12 of them. I can't see all 12 of them going either way, because Hank did a good job in many aspects of this case, and enough for people that have no clue. Remember, they supposedly never saw the first trial. They don't know anything about anything. They're only getting, well, here, let me show you what they got. Let's take a little break from Dr. Handsome here. Let me show you what they got.
Yeah, we're pretty much done with that. So yeah.
All right. Thank you, Julie. That was a fantastic review. I appreciate that so much. Fantastic review.
Everything was dislocated, basically.
Yes, exactly. And Dr. Wolfe and Dr. Rentschler are, I did not like the disrespect, because if you believe Karen Reed was hit by a car, that's one thing. But for you to totally disrespect the science and the experiments that were done, to the reconstruction to try, because again, no doorbell cameras were secured. They didn't have any. They didn't go around the neighborhood. They didn't even try. They did not go interview any neighbors. They screwed up the police investigation out of the gate. They used solo cups. They didn't secure the scene. They left the scene unsecured, but then claimed it was okay to still find evidence. That's not okay.
They blew it away.
Never okay. Exactly. They used to
They blew it away.
It's just pathetic. And Turd says 100% not guilty. Yeah, I believe that too, but I'm just trying to be realistic. You've got 12 people that you're going to take 18 down to 12 that never knew anything about this case. And so what they did find out is they met Timothy Nuttall and Carrie Roberts. Now, are they even
and the timeline
in her big giant timeline and all of her confessions, basically, that she never heard Jen McCabe, never heard Karen Reed ask Jen McCabe to Google how long to die in the cold, and just how Carrie, who was John's good friend since high school, but yet all those years they didn't speak because they were running in different circles, and Carrie was married and having kids, and John was single and dating and a police officer and busy living in Boston. They weren't friends. They renewed their friendship when John became a father to his niece and nephew. There's a difference between being someone's lifelong friend and having communications with them your whole life, and having gone to high school with them and then renewing this friendship 20 some years later or 15 years later. There is a difference. There is a difference there. But that's the same thing as his girlfriend from 30 years ago, more or less, coming to court every day and wearing his badge number on as a necklace or as a choker. I mean, that's just some weird stuff, people. I mean, that is just bizarro. Very bizarre to me. But I'm having a hard time even remembering what Timothy Nuttall even said. Can you imagine the jury? And they don't, hopefully it looks like this jury took a lot of notes. It sounds like from Sue O'Connell and some of the other people that have mentioned the jury constantly writing in their notebooks. So that's all we can hope for, because this was so long ago now. But, and what did they make of Peg O'Keefe? I don't know. I mean, first of all, if I would have been on that jury and she would have made fun of her, she made fun of her husband, that would not have sat well with me. Even though she's a grieving mother, that would have totally upset me. That she poked fun at her grieving the grieving father, her husband, on the stand, that made her very not credible for me. I don't know how you guys felt about that. But then we had State Trooper Nicholas Guarino. God help us. You will meet him again, because we will be following the Sandra Birchmore case very closely. Like, I've been following it since it happened, but I have only been live streaming about it since probably October. And then we've met Mizzy, and she promised to come back and give us more information. But this guy is going to be in big trouble when it comes to the Sandra Birchmore case. He's not credible at all. And then we heard from Canton Fire Department medic. Honest to God, I don't remember. And hang on, I got to take this off. I don't even remember. This is the
that was the guy that came to the house for the wellness check.
That was the wellness check. Right. And what was, I don't even remember what the purpose of him even testifying, other than to say he came to the house for the wellness check. What was the whole point of him even testifying?
I think that was so they could get the video of her car in the drive. Was that in the driveway? Yeah, that was in the driveway. Yep.
Right. So they have to use certain witnesses to get the evidence in. Yep. Yeah. And then Jean, is it DeMillis?
Yeah, I think DeMillis. I think she was one of the bar owners, or
bar manager. Yeah, CF McCarthy's. So they heard a little from her, and then you had the of course, Michael Camarino was much more emotional this time, but I thought he's very truthful, but I don't think he hurt or helped anybody. Do you guys? I don't really feel like that was a hurt or a help to either side. This is interesting because the man on the right looks a little bit like an older Turtle Boy, doesn't he?
So he, yeah. So
from a distance.
Yeah. So he's the guy who's I think he's the head of the phlebotomy lab, or whatever it was. He talked about the blood specimen that they drew for that they took the blood alcohol from.
That's right.
That's what he did.
Thank you. I forgot all about him. And then what did Bridget have to say? She's the owner of the waterfall. Yeah. So that was that. So that's that. And then of course, then they brought up that was the other Canton firefighter that they brought up. And then of course, Whiffen, and then Jen McCabe. Now, it's hard to say because Jen McCabe was constantly thank you, you're welcome. I mean, if you don't know the Jen McCabe like we know her from the first trial, where she was just very snarky and very combative, you didn't see that Jen McCabe. So the jury only saw a regular mom from Canton, a small town mom from Canton. That's really
she was a normal mom, nothing nefarious about her.
Nothing nefarious at all about Jen. So I have to pull myself out of it and be the jury that they did not see trial one. They don't know anything about Jen McCabe. She spoke intelligently. She answered the questions. There were only a couple times where she got a little snarky. And there were a couple times because we watched the first trial where she was holding on to her seat. I could tell she wanted to jump out of her shirt and just attack Jackson. Like, I could just feel it from her and see it because we saw her the first time and we know how she feels about everything that's been said about her. So I could see
a lot came in. Like, we didn't know about the FBI the ice cream man that comes along to the neighborhood, and they go down and they interview everybody. So we had that. We had the new text messages that came in. So,
but again, the jury doesn't know that wasn't ever. They didn't know that was new. They didn't know that we were all hearing that for the first time too, right? They only know this like first timers. Yeah, they heard it, but they didn't know. The rest of us didn't know about it because they don't have a clue what happened the first trial. Then we had Hannah came on, and then of course Ryan and Heather, who, honest to God, they are the only witnesses truly, because they were parked behind Karen Reed. If any of this would have happened, there is no way that they wouldn't have seen it. And then you have to go back to the whole controversy of this jury has no clue that in the first trial, you had 4 people, Brian Albert, Brian Higgins, Jen McCabe and Matt McCabe willing to die on the hill that Brian Higgins' Jeep was parked in front of the mailbox. And that was completely left out of this trial. That makes no sense. And there's no way that if she backed over and hit John, that she would not have run right into Brian Higgins' Jeep. There's no way. So how do you make sense of that? I saw a lot of people talking about the Jeep on social media today. Why was the Jeep not brought up again? That you cannot have your cake and eat it too. You can't agree and believe that those 4 people told the truth about the Jeep. And you're certainly not going to convince me that they misremembered or that they had a false memory where he parked his Jeep. That didn't happen.
Well, that came in with Welcher a little bit, and that came in with somebody else brought that in, but I know Welcher brought it in certainly because he paused for a second and said, well, I've heard testimony from some other people. I think Jen McCabe also mentioned it too, where she kind of had to put him there because she, in her testimony, put in a lot of information, like saying like, oh, well, the grieving family was there. We all came by. There was family, friends, co-workers, and the car repairman was there. So,
that was classic, man. What I love to know who that car repairman is. I wish I'd love to know who that car repairman is. Then they're going to have to revisit, there's not much there with Sarah Levinson. She basically says she saw nothing, heard nothing. Then you got to hear from, evasive Katie again, because of all the witnesses in this whole trial. And for us, trial 1, nobody was more evasive than Katie. She wins the award for the most evasive witness in the entire trial, no doubt. So, but they have no idea. They don't know. They didn't have the pleasure of seeing the first trial. So it's going to be interesting to see how much weight do they give that Karen was screaming, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, instead of, did I hit him? Could I have hit him? How much weight are they going to give her? That could be a tricky one for 1 or 2 of those 12 or all 12. I don't know what to think. How much weight they're going to give on that. And then, of course, famous and Mr.
My favorite, Mr. Leaf Blower.
Mr. Leaf Blower, trying to get us to believe that Solo cups are tremendously reliable.
They hold liquid tremendously.
I hope someone wrote that down, and just the sheer idiocy of how they handled that crime scene still makes me cringe. It's just, none of us are ever going to forget this. This is going to be sort of like a 9/11 and when, all those terrible assassinations happened in the 60s. And I remember vaguely hearing about them from my parents because I was very little. But you're always going to remember this case. You're always going to remember the shenanigans and just the pure idiocy of how this case was handled by the Canton police and the Massachusetts State Police. Then the jury's going to have to remember a little bit about the weatherman. Julie liked the weatherman. Mr. Weatherman. He was good. He seemed very honest, and you knew that Lally was kicking himself under that table. Why didn't I bring in the weatherman? I talked about the damn snow so much and how much there was or wasn't, and the visibility. I should have brought the weatherman in. I'm sure Lally's kicking himself. And then anybody remember, what did Lieutenant Ray do? He transferred something.
I'm sorry. I thought the guy prior was the one who came in. It was this guy. Lieutenant Ray.
Right.
He was the one who came in on the wellness check. And that's how they got the footage in. I'm sorry. I thought it was the other guy. I think the other guy was just somebody who said, "Oh, she said I hit him, and
I think so too." So, and then we've got Lieutenant Kevin O'Hara, who looks a little bit like Gallagher. He's from the CERT team, and again, if all those pieces of taillight were going to be found, they should have been found right then and there or within a couple of hours. I don't care how cold it is. I don't care if it's snowing. Give me a break. Police officers work in the snow and the cold all the time. I had to run traffic for a really bad accident involving a semi on University Avenue in Madison, Wisconsin when I was a rookie. And so that the detectives could come in and the reconstructionists and the photographers and all pictures are taken of everything. And they expect us to believe that Proctor and Yuri and the chief of police just happened to wander by 34 Fairview and just happened to see a piece of taillight. This is all such crap that they expect us to believe that this happened. And then miraculously, only photos were taken on that one particular day when they had the crime scene guy come and take photos, but not the other times. Why not the other
they
times?
didn't want to bother him. They didn't want to bother him. Did you hear Yuri? He's like, no, it's fine. It's fine. I didn't want to bother, in his Eastern European, in Soviet, Yuri, crime scene photographs.
That's completely against protocol. Absolutely. Those shouldn't have even been allowed into evidence because they weren't processed properly. And the time and being found when they were found without a secured crime scene is utterly insane. And that's just all despicable. Everything's despicable that all of them did on that scene. And then this guy holding up, getting his gloves on and all the drama involved. Oh, let's put the gloves on. Let's have him take the evidence out of the bag.
And then get photographed with maybe Proctor, maybe not Proctor. Who knows? But he was basically you do what you're told. Do what you're told.
Yeah, and Bert said it well. It's called a cover up for a reason. And amazing, they all lie so easily. Well, they have to because they got in it unwittingly right out of the gate, and they slowly but surely they all had to lie. So it's just what it is. Now, the CERT team, if you guys remember, this jury doesn't have the privilege of knowing that there were two people with the CERT team that morning that nobody has ever managed to name. And they never were named in this trial either.
Yeah, the unknowns.
The unknowns. And then, of course, we hear from Yuri, who is a complete scumbag in my mind. I think it's very possible that some of these guys helped William Farwell cover up and get the whole setup for Sandra Birchmore being blamed for her own unaliving. I think you're going to see a lot is going to happen in the next 6 months with that case and with some of the names that are going to come out that are dirty cops, along with William Farwell and his brother and William Devine. It's going to be shocking because there is no way Farwell covered that up by himself. No flipping way.
It seems like some stuff's coming out. I mean, Missy was on.
Yes.
She was on with John Camo and was on with Resistance to Silence last night.
Yes.
And Sean mentioned it too, that it seems like there's going to be some movement. And John Camo kind of hinted, it was like, well, there's a reason why they picked Matthew Farwell first to go after. And they kept talking about Fanning and.
Well, they had to go after Farwell first
Tully.
Because the evidence that he unalived Sandra and framed her for her own death is overwhelming. So they absolutely had to go after William Farwell first. But I've told this to you guys before. I could be completely wrong. It's just always been my gut feeling that there was something not good going on between John O'Keefe and the Alberts. Kevin Albert, Chris Albert, Brian Albert. There was something going on. I really believe he found out something he was not supposed to know or wanted to bring out that they didn't want him to bring out. I find it very bizarre that Kevin Albert is just mysteriously missing from anything to do with this case. It doesn't make a lot of sense. And Kevin Albert was part of the team that investigated the Sandra Birchmore death, and they ruled it an unaliving so quickly when there was so much evidence that she was not in that state of mind. She had ordered a baby carriage. She had ordered baby furniture. She had ordered some takeout food or something like that. She was doing her laundry. She had gone out and brushed out her car to prepare it for the next day. That's just like Ellen Greenberg was making a freaking fruit salad and had just gotten home from teaching. People don't just boom, like that. That's not how it works with unaliving. You can read a lot of journal articles. You can read a lot about mental health. It is not like that. And so for these people to expect us intelligent people to sit back and soak it in that Ellen Greenberg and Sandra Birchmore just suddenly decided to unalive themselves out of the clear blue sky is absolutely disgusting. And I'm still going to continue to pray for Ellen Greenberg and her family that there will be justice for her. We're still waiting on them to overturn that ridiculous medical examiner who finally recanted and said that he was wrong, that it should have been a homicide. And of course, Sandra Birchmore's family pushed and they got the independent. If they hadn't done all that, and if John O'Keefe hadn't passed away, I think Sandra Birchmore would not be getting any justice at all. I think it would still be ruled a unaliving of herself. I don't think anything would have happened. So in some ways, maybe John O'Keefe passing away was Sandra Birchmore's angel of some sort, because I don't think that this case would be anywhere where it is right now without John having passed away. But that's just all my opinion and my opinion only. So then they get to finish up by reviewing. Now, will the jury, I've never been on a jury. I don't know if any of you have been on a jury, but will the jury review backwards to forward? Will they go over the newest stuff first and then go over, or will they go back to the beginning and go over their notes for all? Who knows? I don't know. I've never been a jury. I don't know how juries work it when they get in their deliberation, but now they got to deal with these two idiots who have been completely debunked pretty much by the defense and by ARCA with I'm not saying they're not smart men. They were idiots to get involved in this case because they were not at the level of what this case needed because of having no way to know where John O'Keefe was standing, how he was standing. They did not have enough baseline evidence to give any kind of scientific opinion, except for reconstruction, which was done by Wolfe and Rentschler. That's the only way you could even get us to understand the science of this. Could he have been hit by a car, right, Julie?
Yeah, but you would think that a reconstructionist for the Commonwealth of Massachusetts would have at least, who again came here, he went to the scene, he took all the pictures, he did all the measurements. He took all the measurements. He went to the scene of the crime where it happened. He took laser measurements. He went the driveway, One Meadows. He did all the things and all the stuff. You would think that this person would do some type of an empirical calculation to at least approximate where the body was and where Officer John O'Keefe was located by using approximations and say, well, we can kind of figure out like do rough estimates in ballpark, like where he was, instead of just let me do smoke and mirrors and show you what potentially could have happened, what could have not happened. Let me body check a car. And as we saw today from Dr. Rentschler, what did I say? And I think you actually clipped it of showing a dummy and showing it fall and showing it get struck and showing it at different levels, and showed him say like, okay, I'm going to get struck. And oh, look at that. Oh, see, look, blue paint. Therefore, she did it. And that was it. I mean, for him to just to line it up and go, yep, look, there's blue paint on my arm. I blew myself. Here we are. I am Tobias Fumke Welcher. I blew myself, and therefore she did it. And that's my scientific opinion. And I'm going to talk about loads, and that's going to be the end of it. And then, people prove me wrong. Now I'm going to jet off to Cancun. See you later. No rebuttal. Like, what the Christ was that? What was that? That, oh God, it still makes you furious. I still have my freaking coconuts. Hang on, wait a second. I still have my freaking coconuts. I'm going to give some coconut justice. Hang on a second.
Okay, good. So last week on Friday Night Lies, I was talking about this for a very brief amount of time. The current Madam Court reporter had these notes up on her Facebook account. Now, why in the world she would do that, I don't know. I could, let me try to, well, I can't zoom in because this is the, I took this picture and added it to my deck. I should have zoomed in for you guys. I can't make head nor tail of it, but when Julie comes back, we'll show it to her too. But she had this on her Facebook page, and it says Friday, June 14th, 2024. And you can see the name, you can see C something versus, so Commonwealth versus Karen Reed. And there's the case number. And it's like, why would she put that on her Facebook? And then she's got all these check marks off of a lot. I don't even know what she's got. Kinematics analysis written down there. I mean, it's just really bizarre. Like, I mean, I don't care if she was taking notes when she wasn't Madam Court Reporter, and I'm sure she had no clue to know that she was going to be the Madam Court Reporter for trial 2 when she took these notes back on June 14th of 2024. But why would she put them on her Facebook? So that was caught immediately, obviously, by all the super sleuths out there. And then it was miraculously taken down. So I don't know what's going to come of that. I haven't heard any more about it. Julie, this is just the handwritten notes from Madam Court Reporter, the current Madam Court Reporter that I told you about that were put up on Facebook.
Oh yeah, I remember that.
Everybody locked onto it. And again, I don't know why. What would lead her? Well, she's currently the court reporter on trial number 2 of a huge case. Why would you post this now? I don't get that, unless it was posted back then. And
no, I think it was posted last year.
Okay, and she just forgot.
And someone just found it, and then they showed all of her information. Which again, people don't do. Please don't do this, because it makes it worse for both sides.
Right. But it is kind of bizarre. But again, this is a lesson in how careful you have to be with social media, because she obviously meant nothing by this. She was just taking notes and shared it on her Facebook. She was probably discussing the case with all of her friends, because she wasn't the Madam Court Reporter for the case. And but still, it probably was not very bright not to go back and double check, knowing that you were talking about the case, and then you find out you're going to be the Madam Court Reporter. Go back to your Facebook, ma'am, and make sure you've gotten everything off of there that should be removed before you become the Madam Court Reporter. So that was just one of the naysayers.
Randy.
Yeah, that was one of the naysayers saying that they might as well call Randy himself to the stand and voir dire him. At least he can offer firsthand insight on whether he's worthy. So I don't know who put that up, but that was something I just caught in that one. So anyway, so there's that. So that's the jury. Those are all the prosecution. Oh, and then I think there was, who did I miss? Well, of course. This was something that Rentschler brought out today.
Look at that wrist. Look at that wrist. That wrist is completely intact. Does that look like anything of what we just saw? That's a perfect picture. Does that look like anything of what we just saw in those tests, in the laboratory test, where they basically catapulted the forearm and separated it from the hand? Does that look like that? No, it's completely intact, untouched.
Yep. Well, let me bring up, we'll just show a couple things that happened today with Rentschler, and then we'll save the rest for Friday Night Lies, because we really won't have, there's not any more testimony. We'll have an update on whatever happens tomorrow. And then we'll obviously have closing statements to talk about on Friday Night Lies, but we can do most of Dr. Rentschler Friday night. But let me just grab a couple.
Well, we can always talk about Turtle, and we can go to fisticuffs.
Oh yeah. So let me pull up the let's show a little bit of the badgering of the witness, because that was pretty intense.
He was ridiculous today.
He was out of control today. He truly was.
Okay, all right, you bring that up. Let me just do a little. I'm not going to tell you what happened, but you guys saw that I did the ground test that shows that it's not frozen, and I told you I was dropping coconuts, and I let you guys speculate wildly as to what this might mean. Has Karen been lying to us this whole entire time? Is Jeff Williams right? Who knows? Stay tuned. And then you can look at this one. This coconut number 3.
Oh my gosh, Julie, you're the best.
I don't know if you can hear this. Yeah, I think it's hard with the air conditioning, but I don't trust anybody in the Commonwealth to, I don't know, sneak around and say like, oh yeah, look, the coconuts tell us everything. So I got to hold on to it for a little bit. And I promised OB that I'm going to show it to her, but she got swept out into the ocean and became a non-consensual boater. So I got to figure out what's going on with her. But these are going to come out and all will be revealed. But look at this. Look at that. Doesn't that look exactly like what Dr. Lopesada described? If this is the back of his head.
Are you going to let us see are you going to let us actually see your experiment now?
Yeah. Well, not right now at this moment.
No,
but
Friday night.
Yeah.
Friday night.
Okay. Well, either Friday or Monday.
Okay.
Depending on what's going on. I got to talk to OB.
Okay. Very good.
We'll have a dual stream, but look at that.
Oh, that would be great. I would love that.
Like if this was the back of the occiput boner, doesn't that look like where this would have radiated to the front and the side? Ooh.
Yeah.
Oh, well, if we were Welcher, we'd say, yep, she did it. She did it.
Exactly. Well, I'm up for anything. Just you talk to OB and we can do a dual stream together. That'd be awesome. Okay, let's just take a little bit of a listen today. Let me go back here. I moved it to let's see here. Let's just whoops, that's not the right one. I got the wrong one. Hang on a second. There we go. Can you guys see it?
I can wait, is that that's Dr. Wolfe? I still see Dr. Wolfe.
Yep, I gotta take Dr. Wolfe off. Hang on a second. Sorry, Dr. Wolfe. Bye-bye.
It's wishful thinking, Bert.
Catch you later.
I am truly crazy. Crazy like a fox.
Let me get the other one here.
Crazy like a fox and still did way more empirical forms with the calculations and experiments than Dr. Welcher.
Yes, you absolutely did. Okay, now you can see 29 miles per hour.
Not yet.
Is it up yet?
Sometimes
it takes a minute to come up. Hang on a second. There it goes. Okay.
Yep, good.
Let me go to the full layout here. There we go.
The lift gate taillight based on this test?
There's extensive damage at this speed, yes.
What about the damage to, damage would you expect to see to the arm itself at this speed and in this orientation?
At this speed, I mean, we're talking 4,000 pounds of force on the forearm, and with the hands, 1,400 to probably 3,000 pounds. I mean, well above levels where you would get fractures.
Next slide, please. What are we looking at in this slide, these two photos?
This was the final test that was conducted in using a dummy, and it was impacted at 29 miles an hour. And this was a center of mass impact.
Why was it important, Dr. Rentschler, why was it important to do a center of mass test?
Because if we have an auto pedestrian impact and you want to see where the pedestrian ends up, you have to evaluate how they were impacted by the car. In order to have the pedestrian move any substantial difference, it has to be hit at the center of mass. Again, it has to be hit at that belly button area to propel the body in a certain direction depending on the speed and direction. If there's no center of mass impact, how does someone get to the point of rest? You can't correlate a side swipe where the arm gets contacted and say if someone ends up 20 feet away, there's no way to correlate that arm impact caused them to somehow move 20 feet away. It wouldn't be as a result of the actual incident. It wouldn't be a result of the impact pushing their body in that direction.
From a physics standpoint, is it reasonable to believe that your arm could be struck, just your arm could be struck as it's out in front of your body, and you could be propelled backward, say 7, 8, 10, 12 feet as a result of that strike?
No, it's not reasonable. That's not physically possible. And you look at the arm itself, and we're looking at talking about the injuries and the abrasions compared to fractures. So if Mr. O'Keefe's arm was hit at 24, 29 miles an hour, what this suggests, and there were only abrasions, what this would suggest is that if the taillight doesn't cover or fracture, you can have your arm hit at 24 miles an hour and you wouldn't have any injuries at all, which from a biomechanical standpoint doesn't make sense. If the claim is that the fractured taillight's the only thing
So I'm sustaining the objection to that. I'm going to strike that portion, Mr. Jackson.
Let's go to the next slide. What are we looking at in this video?
So here's the video showing that strike at 29 miles an hour with the center of mass impact to the dummy.
What's the import of this particular test? Why was this important, and what did you conclude following this impact test, the center of mass impact test?
There's a couple of reasons. A, it shows there was extensive damage to the rear of that Lexus. So if you had a center of mass hit, you would have damage to the liftgate, to the fender, to the sheet metal. You would have substantially more damage than what we had in this case. And secondly, which I believe is just as important, it shows the post-impact trajectory of the dummy. So again, if you're struck on the corner by the Lexus, the dummy goes straight back in line with the vehicle. There's no force
there it is.
and no direction
Yep.
to actually cause that dummy to move off into the side of the vehicle. So you can't be hit center of mass with the vehicle going straight back and somehow end up 10 or 20 feet to the side of where the vehicle is traveling.
So in this circumstance, would you expect the taillight material to be distributed straight back in the same center line as the vehicle is traveling?
Yes, absolutely.
Would you also expect the body to be struck and move in the same center line as the vehicle?
Sustained is twofold.
Sure. What about the body? What directionality would you expect on a center mass hit?
The body's going to move in the direction that the vehicle is moving. That main direction, that main force moving straight back, the body is going to move primarily straight back.
Did you reach an opinion or conclusion regarding whether the right arm kinematics are consistent with fracturing the taillight cover and sustaining the abrasions that you saw on John O'Keefe's arm?
I did, yes.
What is that opinion?
My opinion that it is not consistent with contacting and fracturing the taillight cover.
Do you hold that opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty?
I do, yes, sir.
Can we move to the next slide, please?
So that's what was important to hear today, right, Julie?
Well, amongst other things, I mean,
yeah.
He tore it up. And I mean, even on the 24 mile an hour, I forget what he said on the 24 mile an hour clip, but he basically said like, hey, listen, you can't take these videos because this test was done for something else. But if you look for what it was the test was designed for, there is no way that you're accusing her of hitting him and having him end up over here and not have any other marks on him. Like they all need to tie together. It can't be like, we can't cherry pick and say like, well, there were holes made here and the strike was made here. And then also she said, I hit him. And then also the tech stream data, which may or may not be wonky. And this says that, like, you can't just cherry pick like that. It either has to be everything or nothing. And so far, like I said, there are like 6 elements to this whole entire case and scenario when it comes to the physical stuff, the car and the body. And like they can get at most 3 of them together. At most 3 of them together. Then everything else doesn't jive. So
Right. Okay, let's listen to a little bit of this part.
Falls rigidly backwards, almost like a tree, and impacts the concrete.
Can we jump from your PowerPoint to a video that I have and ask you if you recognize it with court permission?
Is the video in evidence?
It's in Dr. Welcher's PowerPoint.
Is it before the jury? Is it in?
It is.
Okay.
Okay. Do you recognize this?
I do, yes.
Is this just look like the same screen, basically the same thing that you just took a screenshot of?
It is, yes, sir.
Okay. If we could play the first couple of seconds of the video and pause it. As that video began to play, did you recognize this as being the same video that you reviewed earlier?
It is, yes, sir.
And did you utilize this in coming to your opinions?
I did, yes.
Opinions and conclusions in this case?
I did, yes.
Thank you. Let's go ahead with the court's permission. Can we play the video? Yes. Thank you. What did you see? Describe what you saw in this video.
So this is a passive rearward fall of the ATD dummy. So just releasing and let it fall. Obviously, it's a dummy. There's no musculature. There's no response to that dummy. So this is what would happen if a rigid individual just fell backwards onto a concrete surface.
Did he grab the dummy's ass
Can I
yet?
see it one more time, please? I'm going to ask you one other question. I'm going to ask you to take note, Doctor, of the impact location. Did you see that?
I did, yes.
I didn't
what
show
kind
it.
of surface is that floor, if you can tell?
That, I believe it
Concrete, right?
indicates it's a concrete surface, concrete floor.
Did you notice if the falling backward like that, the dummy slid across the floor or was
Thank you,
propelled
Bert,
across the floor?
for
anything like
reminding
that?
us.
It did not. It just dropped and
Right.
angled backwards and hit directly on the floor.
Okay, let's go to the next slide. I'm sorry, if we could revert back to your PowerPoint. And if you could pull up slide, I think it's 72.
Let me, every time we do that, I have to restart the PowerPoint. Okay.
Why did you include this video one more time in your PowerPoint here?
Because, again, this is the pain test, which indicates the position, at least that Dr. Welcher had himself at to get the impact with the taillight cover. And notice, again, so it's not a center of mass hit. It hits his arm and then he slides by. So if that were to occur, he would rotate or move to the left. So if Mr. O'Keefe did that and somehow ends up falling backwards, rigid directly onto his head, he's going to have to rotate at least 270 degrees and then stop and then fall directly backwards onto his head. There's no explanation of the kinematics.
Correct.
To the end of that, I'll strike the end.
Do the kinematics support what you just suggested?
Sustained is to form.
What do the kinematics support?
I'm gonna see you
Why
in
is he
5
objecting
hours.
to that?
I know. Well, listen to these
Chairs will be taking
statistics.
a break.
Listen to these statistics. Brandy Churchwell posted today. Hank objected 31 times, 29 sustained, 94%. AJ objected 46 times, 16 sustained, 35%. Come on, right?
Yeah, I mean, I know that it's like, like playing a ref when it's like, well, you're going to be shorthanded the whole entire game, so you have to like finagle a bagel. But like some of the stuff is just so blatant. But again,
you and I are sports fans, and a lot of people in our chat and our friend zone are sports fans. And when this happens in sports, we claim foul, right? We claim this can't be possible. I mean, that's insane. 94% to 35%. That's ridiculous.
Yeah, I mean, she's been extra kind of all along, and so like this, where it's like, okay, don't piss off the court, don't do this, don't do that,
right.
But like it seems to have been, like at least to me, that's what it looks like. It looks like it's been a little bit ratcheted up because like that one, like.
Could we use your house to trial our 24-hour bathroom upgrade system? We're looking for homeowners with
no idea where the
he
point
changed the
of
form of the
impact.
question, and it still went. So
Yeah, and that was she wanted to do the sidebar, so she figured they'd take their morning break. So now this is them back now for morning break, and I don't know if I remember if it's very clear what happened in that sidebar.
Was in this collision, do you?
Oh,
Nobody
he's out
does.
already.
no, it looks like no sidebar.
Yeah,
I mean, no results.
So go ahead and ask the question.
Dr. Rentschler, before this jury.
Dr.
has
Rentschler,
no
listen to how
idea
nasty he
where
is.
the point of impact was of this collision, do you?
that's correct. There's no evidence.
Oh, this is funny.
What exhibit?
This is
Kathy,
funny.
yes, the fix is in. Yes, Kathy.
When you were giving your estimate 10 to 20 feet, Dr. Rentschler. Did you ever see this photograph before or part of this video?
Guys, I was losing my mind.
I'm sure I have.
Hank was
When you say
so
you're sure you have, are you
mad.
guessing or have you seen
The
it or not
worst
seen it?
of the worst.
I'm sure I've
the
seen
whole
this
trial.
before,
Forgot he was the Commonwealth yet
Yes.
again.
And when you look at this video, did you look at the street and look at the area where Mr. O'Keefe was?
Sure, yes,
Sure?
yes.
20 feet, Dr. Rentschler?
The way I explained it to you, yes, sir,
I don't
10
know
to
what
20
did
feet.
Ball say.
Details matter, don't they?
They certainly
Oh.
do, yes,
You
sir.
take that down, please.
God.
Did you speak to any?
So this was when he first started in on the crap and the snark. So AJ should have he should have objected to that, because that wasn't a question. You see how many times he says details matter, and then eventually Jackson starts objecting to his crap. So you'll see it as it goes, because it's bad. I mean, I know you all watched it today, but to revisit it, it's almost sounds worse.
Anybody today, before you testify, about Dr. Welcher's testimony in court?
Oh, see, he did it too.
I did not today, no, sir.
Before today, did you speak to anybody about Dr. Welcher's testimony?
I did not, no, sir.
At any point, did anybody discuss certain issues with you today that they said would be particularly important?
I don't believe so, no, sir.
When you began your testimony yesterday, before you even finished your credentials, you began talking about your work with the NHL and how important it was to use a 50% hybrid 3 dummy. Do you remember that testimony?
I did, yes, sir.
And you hadn't even finished your credentials yet. Was it brought to your attention that there was an issue in the testing because you or Dr. Wolfe or you and Dr. Wolfe chose to use a 50% dummy?
Not at all, no, sir.
In your preparation for your testimony, was it discussed at all that at the beginning you should get ahead of the issue and talk about the 50% dummy?
I didn't know it was an issue, no, sir.
Well, you know that the 50% dummy represents somebody who's 5'9", correct?
Approximately, yes, sir.
Approximately 173 pounds.
171, 172, somewhere around there.
And Mr. O'Keefe, how much did he weigh?
216, I believe.
How tall was he?
He was 73 inches, I believe.
So that is not a representative height and weight for Mr. O'Keefe, is it?
That height and weight, no, sir.
And so if you were making projections or analysis based on limb weights, they would be inaccurate if you didn't make adjustments, correct?
Well, they would certainly, the force on the limb would be less if you use a lighter limb. So if Mr. O'Keefe is heavier than the hybrid 3, and I use a hybrid 3, the forces I calculate would be an underestimate of the actual force acting on his body.
If you didn't make an adjustment, but you relied on the numbers from the test 3, the hybrid 3 dummy, ultimately the conclusions would be off, wouldn't they?
They would be an underestimate. Yes, the actual forces would be higher.
And so did you make any conclusions, or did you know that when Dr. Wolfe did his tests using the hybrid 3 dummy, he didn't make any adjustments?
What do you mean? What adjustments would he make? You get the acceleration, but the acceleration's not going to change, and that's what we utilize. Then you can scale the weight of the body, but I'm not sure what he would have made adjustments for.
When you looked at the ratio of force and mass, if you use a lighter weight.
Home is where we do the things we love with the people we love. So what if we lived tomorrow in the same place as we did yesterday? With help, we can. Home instead for a better what's next.
Homeschooling can foundationally and wonderfully change families and the lives of children. That is why we work so hard.
Mass changes, doesn't it?
If you use a light, sure, yes.
And that changes the force equation, doesn't it?
That can, yes.
And so when you were discussing yesterday at the beginning of your testimony about the 50% dummy, had that issue been raised with you?
No, sir, it had not.
You had testified before, hadn't you?
In this case?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
And you knew there was a sequestration order?
Prior?
Yes.
Yeah, I didn't discuss the case with anyone, no, sir.
Well, you didn't discuss it with anybody, you said?
I did not, no.
Before you testified,
Here it
last
comes.
year, you were receiving information from your employer about issues and testimony in the case.
The party that retained us told us things. I didn't break any sequestration. They were the ones in contact with the court. So it was my assumption that whatever they were telling me was allowed by the court. They were the client. I didn't discuss anything with them or tell them anything, but yes, they told us certain things.
Before you testified under oath last year, you were getting updates from your employer about details of this case, weren't you?
Okay, we can approach briefly.
I don't know if it was specific to who testified to what, but they told us certain things, certainly, yes.
What I just said to you, are those your words, sir?
I have no idea. I mean, if that's what's in the record, I assume it is.
Would you agree it certainly helped you prepare?
It helped me prepare?
Yes.
It didn't make a difference to my analysis or conclusions.
Made no difference at all?
It did not, no, sir.
Would you agree it helped you understand what was going on during the trial?
I don't think it made a difference at all, no. It doesn't change the facts that I evaluated or the analysis I conducted or the conclusions I came to.
And so as you sit here today,
I love that he stuck to
you are
it.
denying
I know,
that
me
that
too.
information certainly helped you prepare.
How did it help me prepare? It didn't change the opinions I offered. It didn't change what was in my report or what I'm opining to or testifying to today. It hasn't changed anything I've ever testified to.
I'm going to ask you a very specific question. I want you to give me a very specific answer.
Thank you, AJ.
So just go ahead and ask the question.
Are you denying that receiving that information?
Oh, I just hate the way he says things. He drives me crazy.
Honestly, I can't remember. It didn't change my opinion. I don't see how it would help me prepare. I remember there was evidence about trace DNA found that we didn't know before. That didn't change my opinion then. It doesn't change my opinion now. It doesn't have anything to do with my opinion.
Details matter, right, sir?
Oh,
Details can matter.
Details matter, so let's talk about detail.
there he did it
Sure.
again.
Are you denying that receiving that information certainly helped you prepare? Are you denying it?
I'm going to allow it.
Of course you are.
I
Beth.
don't think that it did. It's been a year, but certainly it didn't change any of my opinions or what I opined to. It didn't change anything with my testimony.
I'm going to ask you one more time. I'll ask you a different
Unbelievable.
question. Receiving that information from your employer, are you denying it helped you understand what was going on during the trial?
I'm going to allow that.
Of course she is.
I don't
She should
even
have
think
done-
that it did. I don't
should have been
understand
kicking
it.
Hank
I
in the ass
understood
right
what was
now.
happening. I understood
is
what the theory
ridiculous.
was. So saying that there's trace DNA doesn't change anything.
Yes, Kim, I agree with
Doesn't
you.
affect what my understanding of
Absolutely.
the trial was or what was happening or what allegedly occurred.
Every production line is powered by pros. The part we play,
So
equipping them.
we'll come back to that Friday Night Lies. Let's end our night with a little bit of Emily because she was epic at the end. And I think you guys will if you watched her today, you know what I'm talking about. But let's end our night with a little bit of Emily's reaction to how badly Brennan was behaving. And then we'll come back to that section for Friday Night Lies.
Wait 1 second. Wait 1 second.
Yes,
Hang
ma'am.
on. Hang on. I'll show you something.
Absolutely.
All right. Can you
You got your screen up for me?
I think so. Is it up?
There it is. Yep. Okay, I'm adding it to the stage. Let me take this one down. Hang on. Oh, I got to take this one down. Hang on a second. Stop sharing. There we go. Now, where did you go? Where did it go? Where did it go? I just saw it 2 seconds ago. There it is.
There we go. All right. So remember the coconut I just showed you, and remember how not last Friday, but the Friday prior, maybe from before that.
Yeah.
I showed you that I was digging in the ground on January. It was January 11th, but it was January 12th, 2025. We had a cold spell. I went through my. Hang on 1 second. I went through my little table. Like I said, Mr. Weatherman went through and showed that, oh, it was so frozen. It was so frozen. And said
Yes.
3 days prior, it was so frozen. And I said, well, my data set's bigger than his data set because it was cold. There was a cold spell. And I got the results from the Beverly Airport to compare to Norwood Airport in 2022, and showed that it was, I said 4 degrees, it was actually 5 degrees cooler up here during that time frame. And I showed you what it looked like when I showed the camera that was a little bit off kilter. It was
Right.
it was angled inappropriately because of some shenanigans that were going on with people in the creative community. And again, shout out to OB who didn't know me from a hole in the wall and just saw that this person with the name Julie, craziest person on earth, emailed her and was willing to give her time to help me set this up and record it because I'm a novice to the internet. But so we showed that the ground was certainly not frozen because it was able to dig a pretty good amount in. This is 2 hours later once the sun comes up. So this is what the dirt's going to look like when the sun comes up. I'll just show a minute of it, just to show you what the dirt looked like that night. And again, if I swear, I mean, again, just to kind of go over, I mean, I know, like, I swear a whole bunch of my videos, like I'm a cursor. I think it helps.
You're fine.
But when I did a lot of the stuff, it's so frustrating to just think about this stuff and then to do the test and then to see what I ended up getting as results. Like when I did the leaf blower, I was so pissed off because it was like, how the Christ did they think this was a good idea? When I did the coconut test, the ground test, but then when I did the Nagelblob test, the test that I showed last Friday, I was literally sitting in the car with Nagelblob. And again, JFK was on. Shout out to JFK. He, went through his whole entire stream of like 3 years ago. This were the last moments of Officer John O'Keefe, and just sitting in the car, just thinking about him in the cold while I'm watching the snow come down.
Yeah.
Like it's just so upsetting. So anyway, so this
it is
the first
so
place.
upsetting.
Yeah, it's just very upsetting. So this is when the sun comes up, just to show what it actually looked like in the daylight. So you see wait a second, hang on. This is what the solid as a rock, hard as a rock ground looked like. So you can see my dash. It is 06:57 hours, 6:07 a.m. on the East Coast, Eastern Standard Time, local time. It is, according to this, it's been running for a while, 31 degrees. Yeah, it's colder, but I'm out here about 27 degrees. Had a little bit of a delay because right as we were about to drop said tomato, said coconut. Yep, that's the tomato, as I said, that's the tomato that we just saw. So that I pulled out live here. Decided to time out and shit the bed. So that's fun. It drained itself.
Yes, Bert, it is.
That's what the phone did. I'm talking about the phone where I said it cut out, where the phone just drained its battery and cut off. And it was 24 degrees. So that'll show you the loss of heat around the battery. So that's what happened to my phone. And it happened another time too when I was doing coconut testing. It was outside for the same amount of time, 12, 13 minutes. It just shut out. It just shut off. And I had to warm it up and recharge the battery.
Right. Same like when it overheats, it'll just shut off.
Same thing. Yep. Okay, here we go. So that's the hole. That's what I dug up. That's the dirt on the left over here. Is the hole that we dug. Yep. And I get a little closer. I'll show you what it looks like closer. Frozen. And I'm not going to show you the full results, not just yet, because I don't trust these guys. Soil. Ground completely solid. See, completely solid as a rock. Solid as a rock. Which wasn't solid as a rock.
Should I pull up the karaoke?
That's what I dug right there. See?
Bird says, Julie, what the hell are you doing?
I'm playing in the snow.
She's playing in the snow, Bird. She's doing her experiments. She's doing more than
look at that.
Walter and
that's the frozen dirt in the well, not daylight, but in the like sunup just happened. So that's all the dirt that I displaced. It's dirt, sticks, rocks, leaves, shit from the fall.
I'm marching in place if anybody wants to get up and join me.
Like a chunk of ice. Very loose dirt. Yeah. Loose debris. Made that spongy, absorbing. And then this is the hole dug from whence it came. Yep, and that's the hole that's dug. And where the hell is it? Yeah, so this is where I dug, and as you can see, it frosted over, so it was cold. I mean, we just saw from the temperature gauge on the car. It said it was 31, but it was running for a while. It was about like 27 degrees. It was 24. So it frosts like the exposed is gonna start to freeze and frost and start to form ice crystals. However, that does not mean that it is frozen solid. I mean, it can get cold. It takes a tremendous amount of heat loss or cold temperatures to freeze ground. And if I'm able to get down, I mean, I got down about 4. I had my tape measure. I had my handy dandy tape measure, and I got down about 4 inches and then stopped. So that's where I thought that, okay, this might be frozen. Well, there might have been roots. There might have been something else there. So I could have, and again, it was 4 o'clock in the morning. I'm not going to, hammer at the ground at 4 o'clock in the morning because the crazy police will come by. So I was still able to displace. So if I was still able to get that, it was not frozen or solid as a rock, as I like to say. So that's just basically what it looks like. So right there. Yeah, see. Froze everything else. Not frozen at all. Again, this is January. See, so that's where I dropped. Okay, and then we're gonna hide the rest of the test now. So just to show, not frozen as not solid as a rock, not solid as a rock, because the ground is still hot.
This is worth a second showing. Bert was saying up above, I hit him. Where have you gone? Lies. And then Kathy came back with, I think it was Chloe, Bert. I bit him. That's a good one, Kath. Love it. Bert says, yes, that's great. For those of you that might have come in late, we use the courtroom as our backdrop tonight. I was able to get a photo of the courtroom that I pulled offline that really shows how small it actually is. And when Julie and I go off the stage at the end, you'll be able to see it again, like, because at the beginning I was able to show it before I brought us both up on stage. But it's a lot smaller than it even looks on TV. And this picture really shows you how small it is. So, all right, well, let's end our Wednesday night session with a little bit of Emily D. Baker. I think you guys will, if you didn't get a chance to see her today, if you don't watch her, I think you'll get a kick out of her response to this is quite something. So let me go back here and got to present the screen again because I had to go off of it. Thank you, Julie, for sharing part of your experiment with us. All of your experiments that you took all of your own personal time to do absolutely fascinated me. So I really appreciated all of them. And I know that everybody on our channel did as well. Let me go back to find, okay, here we go. So it's the 77 live retrial day 21. There we go. Must be this one. Yep. All right. I had a lot of tabs open tonight, so it took me a second to find the one I wanted. All righty. Is it sharing?
Yes. Yep.
Perfect. All right. Let's take a listen.
Thank you for that.
To get through this, I'm going to let you just answer the question.
Sorry, and with regards, and I appreciate that.
The court wants them to toe-tap gently around it, but Brennan left the implication that somehow the defense was feeding this witness information. He said, I'm not attributing to the defense team, but he has to be able to clear it up.
Mr. Brennan asked you a couple of questions about they being your employer. Do you remember those questions at the beginning of his cross-examination?
I do, yes.
Who is your employer, actually? The actual employer that you work for?
ARCA.
Okay. Wasn't them.
No.
It's a client, correct?
It was a client,
A
that's
completely
correct.
separate entity that hired you for that work, correct?
That's correct, yes.
Thank you. Thank you. You were asked about a fender vault collision, and you said, well, this wasn't a fender vault, right?
Correct.
What is a fender vault?
A fender vault is when you're hit by the front of a car and you're moving.
So, again, they were not your employer. They were a client of ARCA.
Across the car. So you're moving across the center towards the driver's side of the car, and the car hits you. You go up over the car and you fly over the fender to the driver's side of the car. So you vault over top of the fender.
Dr. Rentschler, where is my, as I stand here, where is my center of mass?
Right about your belly button.
Right there.
Yes.
Now the jury is literally.
What would happen if I was hit by
You just saw the picture
a vehicle? Front.
of what's behind Julie and I. The jury is literally immediately to his right, like immediately. They're like right there. It's crazy how tight this courtroom is.
Front of collision, and the vehicle struck me below my center of mass.
It's going to flip you.
I'm waiting somehow for Jackson to just do like a standing back tuck in a courtroom that has not enough room for it, because who knows what's going to happen in this trial. He's theatrical enough that he might try it.
Oh, God.
But it's just, you would flip. Okay, that's not what happened here.
Will go, you'd go right up. If it was coming right at you and it hit you at your legs, you'd flip right into the hood or over top of the top of the car.
Is that what's described in the industry as a fender vault?
That is part of a fender vault, yes, but it's at an angle. So instead of going direct back, it's because if the person's walking across and you get hit, you fly kind of back and over the top of the fender.
Did that set of circumstances, physics, have anything to do with your analysis in this case?
No, none whatsoever. The profile of the car is completely different, the back of the SUV.
You were asked several questions about the debris field in the test F as in Foxtrot. Actually, you were asked about both test E and test F. Test E being the 24-mile-an-hour impact to the right arm of Randy, correct?
Correct.
And test F,
back to Randy.
Full rear impact, center of mass impact, correct?
Correct.
The law clerks are like, excuse me, Jackson. Excuse me, before we eat our ham sandwiches at lunch, chat is displeased with the disrespect to Randy. Mr. Jackson, when you do your redirect after the lunch break, can you please just, Randy?
We'll show the ham sandwich later on Friday, because that is insane.
I am teasing.
You were shown several photographs, exhibits of very tiny, tiny shards. Do you remember that?
I do, yes.
There wasn't an objection to that.
I'll get to that in a second. You were also shown some photographs of pieces of plastic that were claimed to have been found at 34 Fairview. Clear plastic, piece of red plastic, correct?
That's correct, yes.
In your review of all the data in this case, do you know when those pieces of plastic got to 34 Fairview?
I do not. No.
Do you know how those pieces of plastic
How did they get there?
got to 34 Fairview?
I do not know.
Do you know who put those pieces of plastic at 34 Fairview?
I do not.
Were you aware in your review of the police reports that none of the plastic
I'm surprised there wasn't an objection to that.
that you were shown
Yeah,
was
he was
found
for that whole ham
at the time
sandwich
John
was
O'Keefe's
so
body
desperate and
was
ridiculous.
discovered and the area was initially searched.
We'll show that again.
That is
Friday
correct,
night.
yes. I was aware of that.
You indicated that the cut on Mr. O'Keefe's nose, the right side of his nose, was inconsistent with coming from a vehicle, correct?
Correct.
Can you describe why you came to that conclusion?
Well, if you're standing at the back corner of the vehicle and it strikes the arm, and let's be clear, if nobody wants to say where the arm was or how it was positioned, if they're claiming the abrasions are a result of the fractured taillight, it has to strike the arm. You have to be standing like this. The debris goes forward with the vehicle. So it's with your arm like this, it already passes by the person. And if there would be any contact whatsoever, it would be with the right side of the face. The shard can't come out and then make a right turn and then somehow embed itself
It doesn't
in the left
bend
side of the
time
nose.
and
That's
space?
entirely inconsistent with the fracture and how the glass and the cover would actually move.
Dr. Rensler, you were asked a series of questions about a hat. Do you remember that?
I do.
About some.
So this is kind of out there, but just bear with me. Just bear with me. What if John, okay, you know how they went from McCarthy's with one of them took a drink with them, and apparently I think it was either one of the Alberts left with a drink too. What if John did have that glass in his hand and he got out of Karen Reed's car, he grabbed his drink, see you later, babe, I'm going in, I'm going to check it out. In he goes, jogs up the driveway. Ricky and Heather don't see him because he's blocked by the car, and he is about to go in that what they consider their side door, but it's not really a side door because it's facing the front. And the guys are in the garage, and they open up that garage door and they call him in through there. And he's holding on to that glass, that cocktail glass. And what if that's where they got into it? And what if that cocktail glass flew? What if he got punched or shoved so the cocktail glass flew up towards his face? It could have broken on his face. That could have been the cut above his eye. That could be why he had a shard of glass in his nose. I mean, anything's possible according to Rensler and Wolfe, right? And I'm going to tell you why. When I was in college, my boyfriend and I were at my grandmother's house, and it was after she passed away. My grandfather had just died from getting hit by the car, and then my grandma had a heart attack. And we were at my grandma's house, and tensions were high, and I was not myself. And I don't know what happened, but he was being a jerk, and we were having an argument. Now, we had never, ever touched each other. We had never even really had arguments. They were just silly college kids in love arguments. But this one wasn't like that. It was not a very good argument. And I didn't want to have anything more to do with them. So I told him just to get out, leave me alone. I'll pack up my grandma's things myself. My mom and sister were at work. They had been helping too, but I was just doing it myself that night. And he happened to come over, and we were going to get pizza or something. And I turned my back to him, and I went to the sink to get a drink of water. And I had one of my grandma's glasses in my hand. And he got pissed at me because I turned my back to him, and he came up behind me and kind of gave me a shove. And when he did that, I hit the counter, and my hand came up, the glass went into my face. I chipped my tooth, broke the glass, and had a little tiny cut under my eye. So that's one of the reasons why I was thinking, why couldn't that have happened? All these other crazy things that are expecting us to happen, why couldn't that have happened? What do you guys think of that?
I mean, that's been my theory all along. I mean, if you look at the autopsy photo that came out, and again, I don't like looking at these because, but there's information there. If you look at his nose, just in general, it looks like he was struck in the nose. I mean, there's this discoloration. I mean, I don't know if attention was paid to it, but there's discoloration on his nose, like the actual physical nose. And so I was thinking, I mean, the cut on his eye, I'm guessing, is from a fall because based on the coconut stuff that I've done and the empirical data, he had to have fallen at least twice or had his head slammed to the ground. And I think that's where the cut over his eye came from. And he also was, hit.
Yeah, but if he would have slammed his head on the ground, though, Julie, with any kind of force, he would have had more than just that little cut above his eye.
I mean, it's not really a little cut. I mean, there's still some substantial damage done to his brain from the autopsy, from what Dr.
Well, it's possible. I mean, your theory's possible too. Anything's possible.
No, wait. So he got slammed down and he got struck in the face. What I'm thinking is that he had his drink. If he put it down or whatever it was, they would have been pushing and shoving, whatever it was. Somebody could have grabbed it, smashed him in his face with a glass, and it could have broken. And again, I was writing either to you guys or in a chat and said, well, didn't Higgy have his hand either damaged, or wasn't he using his right hand when he's left-handed to open doors and to go in, and he kept favoring his left hand? So
yeah, I think anything's possible with that glass.
Again,
I think he walked into the house with that glass because
oh, absolutely, I believe that.
They were bar hopping and he was taking it with them everywhere. So I agree with you, Julie. I think
Karen took it.
Both of those things could have happened. My half of my little theory of how how he got the shard of glass in his nose, and half of your little theory, because if they got into it right away and he dropped the glass and it broke, and then he did fall, like you're thinking maybe he fell face down first, then he could have gotten a shard of glass in his nose by falling on where the glass broke on the floor of the garage. Then he could have gotten back up, and then they might have been in a fight for a few minutes before the blow to the back of the head. So anything's possible, any kind of combination of that. But anyway, I just wanted to mention that to you guys of what I experienced and how a glass can chip your tooth and cause a small cut under your eye. Accident. It was an accident, though. It wasn't domestic violence or anything like that. It was truly an accident, but not in John O'Keefe's case.
And well, I might say, what do you mean it can't bend time and space? It is the first time they've spoken about that in court. So it's one of those things that's like, wait, I didn't even think about it because we haven't seen a lot of pictures of it. And thinking about which side of the face is which is something that, especially if you don't have a good or any visual memory, is something they might not have even thought about. So it's another one of those things where the jury could sitting there going, oh, wait, right? Wrong side of the face. If the taillight is on, well, this side, then you're not going to have injury by the nose on this side. It would be on the side closest to the car. It's just not been discussed. I think it's helpful to just start tying together those little pieces with the witness versus leaving them for argument and or in closing, which there might not be enough time for.
Some shards of plastic material, correct?
Yes.
About a drinking glass?
Yes.
About a drinking straw?
Yes.
Doctor, if there was no collision, does any of that matter in terms of your biomechanical analysis and your reconstruction in this incident?
It does not.
Why?
Well, because if there wasn't a collision, it wasn't that debris or those items weren't a result of that impact. You can explain how that got there, I believe, easier than if you can't explain how the impact occurred, if the injuries don't match up, if you can't even prove what happened, then you can't use information or evidence if you have no idea how it got there to try and prove what you don't even know what happened.
Right, it's like you can't work it backwards.
Exactly.
You start with, how did this happen, and work forwards. You can't start with, well, there's debris, and work backwards.
Exactly.
Scientifically, it makes no sense.
Scientifically, is the first question that has to be answered is, was there a collision?
Objection. Sustained. You have to watch the full movie.
Of course. In your expert opinion, based on all of your review of all of the data in this case, all of the testing that you've undertaken, do you have an opinion as to whether or not there was a collision with John O'Keefe?
I do.
Yeah, I'm sustaining that beyond the scope.
In your
It's
view,
not beyond the scope.
No, it's not beyond the scope at all.
was there evidence?
But I don't know for sure if the judge is saying beyond the scope of cross, because I don't think it is, or beyond the scope of what opinions he gave. I don't think it's beyond the scope of the opinions in his report, but the opinion, if the opinion is in his report is that the injury to John O'Keefe and damage to the Lexus is not consistent with those two things colliding, then that's the language that they have to stick with.
Of a collision with John O'Keefe.
Right, is there evidence of, or is it consistent with? Though he's already said it like 6 times.
In your opinion,
Is the injury
Were
to
any
John
of the
O'Keefe
injuries that you saw
consistent
suffered by John O'Keefe consistent with having been struck by the subject Lexus?
No, they are not.
Do you hold that opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty?
That's within
I do.
the scope of his opinions. It's a much shorter redirect than I anticipated. However,
Yeah, it was.
Rentschler threw it all in there on cross. If Brennan gave him an opening, Rentschler was just like ninja stars. He was just like here. Rentschler was going to tell Brennan what he thought. And if Brennan opened the door for it, Rentschler was just like,
Yep, he sure was. He was on
There's
it.
not much more that's needed. Are the injuries consistent with the collision? No.
No.
Okay.
Snake.
Doctor, you just said that you do not believe
And
that
recross.
there was a fender vault collision. Could it have been a clip?
Could it have clipped Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes. Not hit him, but clipped him.
Well, I don't believe that's consistent with the evidence and what occurred. I mean, someone can get clipped by a car, sure, but in this case, no, I don't believe the evidence indicates that's what occurred.
The glass. When you learned of the information of the glass in Mr. O'Keefe's nose, when do you think it was that that glass was pulled from his nose? What date?
I think it was the morning when his body was discovered.
January 29, 2022?
Yes, sir.
Somewhere around 6:15 a.m., is that your understanding?
Sometime when his body was discovered, that's correct.
Do you know or understand that, did you see any evidence that Mr. O'Keefe had a drinking glass outside of 34 Fairview Road that morning after he got out of the defendant's Lexus? Do you understand that?
What do you mean evidence?
Drinking glass. Did you hear anything about that in your review about?
What evidence would there be? Is there a video or a photograph, you mean, of him holding a drinking glass? Because otherwise there's a drinking glass there.
There's statements by Karen Reed.
Exactly.
There's statements by Karen Reed is what he's getting at.
But there's no evidence that he had it.
Those are not evidence.
Okay. Judge, can I come sidebar?
I heard him say we have the clip right. I think that's what he's talking about. So I think they're going to play clips of Karen Reed that are in evidence. And so they're going sidebar. I'm going to zoom past the sidebar because there are clips from that interview. It was a long sidebar. Fans up? Really?
Yeah, they got testy today.
Yep. But there's no way to prove that glass shard
we are
happened
fans up.
because he was
Okay.
inside the car, because the glass on the taillight didn't matter.
Whether or not
they came back.
Well, amongst other things.
Okay. Brennan was back at the mic, so I'm going to gain that down a little bit because it was so loud when he came back in. All right, we're back from sidebar.
you were asked about whether or not any plastic taillight shards were found near Mr. O'Keefe's body.
I guess he's not playing the video.
Nope.
You know why he's not playing the video?
Tell us, Emily.
Because this witness said he didn't consider it. So you can't just play it and be like, you didn't consider this? What do you mean you didn't consider this? He didn't consider it. I think it's also outside the scope of redirect.
Mm-hmm.
So the court's not allowing him to play it.
Good.
Do you know the limits of the search?
I'm sure he's annoyed.
That the Canton Police Department did around Mr. O'Keefe's body, how small of an area they searched when they first went there?
I do not know, sir.
Did you ever see a video of somebody with a leaf blower blowing snow off the ground?
I did see that, yes.
And did you see the confined area in which that happened?
Well, I mean, I saw the area where he was blowing with the leaf blower.
Have you seen any information or evidence whatsoever that the pieces...
Are there measurements of what size area they were blowing with the blower? Is there...
Of course not.
Are there measurements?
Because they didn't do a proper scene.
Of taillight that were found after that search. Have you seen any evidence that they were found in that exact area, or were they found in different areas on the lot?
I'd have to go back and look. I don't recall specifically.
And so when there was a snow blower or a leaf blower search in that area, there would not be a piece of plastic taillight to find if it was never there, would there be?
If it wasn't there, you wouldn't find it? Is that what you're saying?
That's what I'm saying.
Sure.
If it wasn't there, you wouldn't find it. Good. Bones are inside the body. If it's not there, you won't find it.
What is he doing? What is he doing?
Cat track of snow.
Did you notice in the injuries to Mr. O'Keefe, most of them are on the right side of his body?
Well, we have the abrasions and then a 1/2 centimeter abrasion. And then we have the laceration and scuff on the left side. And then the skull fracture, it's a little bit to the right, but it's mainly on the back of the head.
And the bruise on his knee?
That's the 1/2 centimeter. It's not a bruise. It's a 1/2 centimeter abrasions, about an 1/8 of an inch.
When you're conducting an investigation or you're doing your analysis and you keep saying the physics and the physics,
My light's back on because
do you
now it's
add a
getting
little bit
darker
of common
outside.
sense in the equation when you're considering the evidence?
Well, you can sit back or step back and look at whether what someone's claiming makes sense in the bigger picture.
So when you have common sense and you look at the big picture, it's not just physics. It's considering all of the evidence, right?
Well, it depends what you're looking at. Certain parts of it, the biomechanical analysis, you look at the physics. It tells you what it is. I mean, if you don't like it and you don't think it fits, well, sorry, it is what it is. That's the science. So you have to step back. I mean, you can look at it the bigger picture if things make sense. You know, if somebody was standing on the side of the road with their arm like this while an SUV backed up at them and they didn't flinch or they didn't put their arm up, that's kind of the smell test bigger picture. That doesn't make sense. But the physics, you can't deny it. You have to accept what science tells you.
Right, that's the line you were laughing about in the document.
Brennan, have you not learned with this witness?
Exactly.
You haven't learned with this witness. You have not learned. And Brennan walked away from the mic, so I'm going to gate him back up again. Oh, Brennan, this witness is going to go, right, well, it just doesn't, that doesn't pass the smell test.
Yep.
The shit's out of the horse on all of it at this point. Except maybe the FBI. Real close on that one, though.
An SUV backed up at them and they didn't flinch or they didn't put their arm up. That's kind of the smell test bigger picture. That doesn't make sense. But the physics, you can't deny it. You have to accept what science tells you.
Can't deny it. That's the line you were laughing about in the documentary. Is one of your answers that you were all celebrating, isn't it? Objection.
Oh my God, that's right. Celebrating
The
happy
the objection sustained.
How'd that taillight break, sir? How did it break that night?
I don't know. There's no evidence of how it broke.
Thank you. No further questions.
All right.
So angry.
You're all set, Dr. Renchley.
Thank you, Your Honor.
What a crazy way to end that testimony, right?
Not
I mean, that I was like stunned. I'm like, that's how you're ending your recross that's it? And I mean, he got to have the last word by saying, I don't know how it happened. He's a scientist, right? PhD scientist telling the jury, we don't know how it happened. Let's hear
Not
what
only
Emily-
that, the guy that's asking him is the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, who's supposed to bring his own expert to say, how did it break? And
Right.
he's basically asking him like, oh, you don't know the measurements, you don't know this, you don't know that. He's like, yeah, we don't know because it wasn't investigated. Maybe you should, I don't know, take all this energy that you have for me and go ask somebody. And I don't know, the state police, Canton PD, somebody.
Somebody. Exactly.
Ask why wasn't that done? Why did your expert basically smear himself blue and run away?
Exactly. All right, let's hear Emily's reaction here.
helpful end to cross for Attorney Brennan. How did the taillight break that night? I don't know how it broke that night. Do you? Not a strong end to cross.
No, ma'am.
Yeah. Brennan ended with a foot stomp of, isn't that what you were all laughing about in the documentary?
No.
How did the taillight break that
right.
night? That is not a good end to cross. You want to end your questions with something memorable for the jury that is helpful to your case.
Right. Exactly.
I don't know if this leaves the jury with something memorable that's helpful to his case. So I'm going to just back it up real quick and hear it again.
I don't know.
Sustained.
How'd that taillight break, sir? How'd it break that night?
How'd that taillight break, sir? How'd it break that night? That's the question.
I don't know. There's no evidence of how it broke.
I have no further questions.
All right. You're all set, Dr. Lynchman.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Is there an objection? So, subject to us discussing it. Mr. Jackson? Mr. Jackson? Subject to me taking a look at it and us discussing it. It's not coming in right now. Okay.
So she was talking about his PowerPoint, his visual aid. She hasn't decided if she's going to let the visual aid into evidence yet. That's what that was all about. Now, this next part is pretty epic.
Who is zipping the microphone into a bag? I can't hear what Jackson is saying.
It's the doctor.
And
oh, that's probably Dr. Rentschler. That's fair. He would have to pack up his things to get off the witness stand. Fair. Can they turn off his mic? Okay.
Subject to us discussing it. Mr. Jackson?
I can't hear if Jackson said the defense rests. That's what I was rewinding for.
Mr. Jackson? Subject to me taking a look at it and us discussing it. It's not coming in right now. Okay. They've been marked for identity.
They're taking care of evidentiary issues before the defense rests, but they're going to rest. They just need to take care of the evidentiary issues.
So I'm going to see counsel for a couple of minutes over here.
And counsel's going to sidebar.
Oops.
It sounds like Jackson says it's exactly as substantive as Dr. Welcher's PowerPoint is, and the court, I think, asks, but that wasn't objected to.
Which was not objected to, right?
No, the court keeps saying that, yes, there were things that were less like evidence, yes. There were things that...
But did he object to the PowerPoint coming in?
It's been, we're all under pressure. I don't know what Mr. Leslie given to do for the PowerPoint. That's the question. The question is whether this PowerPoint is admissible. And it is. There's nothing in it. We take out all hearsay, discussion, feelings or thoughts, thought processes. These are all tests that were completed and done. Exactly as Dr. Wolfe's PowerPoint is done. Dr. Wolfe's PowerPoint is in evidence. This PowerPoint should be in evidence.
Is there anything in this PowerPoint by way of videos that is not already in through Dr. Wolfe?
I believe the video of
Welcher?
I believe the video of the drop tests in Dr. Welcher's PowerPoint. There are most of the videos are included. Oh, no, I'm wrong. Please slow down. So there are the videos are saying, but the videos that
MCAT, the PowerPoint is everything that Dr. Rentschler presented in his testimony. And typically, in a lot of cases, they don't let PowerPoints in. They're just considered visual aids during the testimony. But in this case, they've let all of them in. But Jackson, they didn't object to Hank's, when Shannon and Welcher were up there, they didn't object to their visual aids being entered into evidence. But Hank is objecting to Rentschler's visual aid being put into evidence. So she has to decide about that.
Well, with Welcher, that was his whatchamacallit, that basically was his report, because they talked about that in
right.
It was like December or January, because I remember when it was first going to come in, they said, oh, it's going to be the reconstructionist with Commonwealth's report. I said, oh, gimme. I want to see what this looks like. And they said, like, oh, yeah, he's still working on it. It's a PowerPoint. It's like, wait,
Yes.
he's not doing like an actual report. It's just PowerPoint. And it's like, yeah, he has like a million slides. And yeah, I think at that point it was like 140 something slides. It was like, oh, he must have done everything. And like, yeah, he did everything. He did the paint test on the car. He did this. He did that. And that's why, that's why they said they objected to it. But they objected to it because they said no. His report needs to be a report. It can't just be a visual aid because of this issue. So yeah, so then they said, well, screw it. Then we'll do the same thing. So and
he's not gonna rest until he knows that he's getting, and they have something else. Alyssa has something else outstanding that she was supposed to have already put into evidence that she hasn't yet. So they're not gonna rest till they make sure they have all their stuff into evidence. That's the way I understood it. It was hard to hear. Yes, it was hard to hear at the end, Bert, because they weren't in front of the microphone. The jury's gone. So this is just their, taking care of business. But this end part is pretty interesting.
JK, I'm reading the chat and taking notes. But no, there's nothing to read ahead. I'm listening to court, reading chat, and taking notes.
Because of the side of the case that he was handling, the biomechanics side of the case that he was handling, slowed down significantly to show the deformation of the arm, the force impact on the elbow, the hand, forearm, which he testified. So what he did, and I remember asking him this before I ever saw the PowerPoint, is there going to be anything different? He said, I use the slow motion cameras more than Dr. Wolfe does because I need.
Okay, so I need you to tell me tomorrow which slides specifically answered that question for me. Okay, whether they're in evidence or not, and which ones are not, regarding the videos.
Suggesting that it's not going to let just the entire PowerPoint?
Maybe. I'm going to take a look at it. There's an objection before me now.
I realize that.
So I have to rule on the objection.
Okay. I think all the videos that they showed in the PowerPoint are already in evidence.
So I will take a look at this, okay? So if you let me know, and if you want to let me know tonight, I can let you know first thing tomorrow morning. All right.
Have you heard briefly?
Yes.
Very briefly?
Yes.
I am objecting. It's not admissible. It's hearsay. It's a strategic decision. The past introductions have been strategic. The defense did not object to Dr. Welchers. I did not object to Dr. Wolfe's, but that was a strategic decision. I'm objecting.
Okay.
The defense objected to Shannon Burgess. Only a select amount of documents were allowed. I wanted the whole thing in. I was precluded properly from introducing it because it was hearsay and they objected. I'm objecting.
Okay.
There's no hearsay. They objected to certain slides. We took out the slides. If they had an objection to the PowerPoint,
oh no. He can object again, and he's objecting again. Right. Which is also a strategic decision.
Mm-hmm.
He objected to the slides that were hearsay to not even being put up on the screen and used as a demonstrative, and now he's objecting to them not coming in as evidence. There are two different objections.
Displayed for the jury. We've not seen the entire PowerPoint. I think it's tactical. It's not strategic. It's tactical. They still like it because it goes to the case. If they didn't want certain things before the jury, which is exactly what admitting it into evidence does, brings it before the jury so that they can see it, they should have objected in a timely manner. When they objected, they chose certain slides, certain data on certain slides, and we took all of that out at their request and at the court's instruction. We did that with the court's instruction, with the
right, so I could come in.
Instruction, and there was no objection to playing it before the jury. Given the fact that it's been displayed in, not in part, but in whole, as it now assisted for the jury, assisted for the court, for quadruple K for identification, it should be admitted.
Okay.
Just like Shannon Burgess, it's no different.
All right.
Shannon Burgess' PowerPoint is in evidence.
No, it's not. Only parts of Burgess's PowerPoint are in evidence.
Mr. Jackson, when you let us...
Only parts of... Just back up for a second.
Take a breath,
In
Emily.
court, things can come before the jury as demonstratives that do not become evidence and as evidence. Oftentimes, reports do not become evidence. PowerPoints do not become evidence. And demonstratives do not become evidence. The defense is arguing, look, a number of these reports and PowerPoints have come in as evidence. This should come in as evidence. The prosecution objected to the things they didn't want put up. We took them out. They already made those objections, so now it should come in. The Commonwealth is still arguing these are still hearsay. There's stuff in them that is hearsay. And it is a demonstrative, not an exhibit. And the defense said these other things came in. The court said, was that over your objection or without objection? And the Commonwealth's arguing, no, the defense didn't object to the PowerPoints that came in. They objected to Burgess's, and only part of Burgess's came in. Okay. That's what they're arguing over. Should this demonstrative come in as evidence? A lot of the things in it are already evidence. Things like the scientific studies, the hand with the circles on it and things like that, those are not necessarily evidence.
Let us know which slides answer my question about slides that are not in evidence, and
so which slides are not in
you
evidence?
want to put in evidence, the videos, just the videos. Let me know that, and if need be, I'll hear you all on this tomorrow morning as well. Okay. All right.
There are parts of those. I'm going to try to gain this back down because now it's overclocked the audio today and yesterday. The videos are already in. So the videos shouldn't be a problem.
This tomorrow morning as well. Okay. All right. Is that it for today? Will we see everybody just tomorrow morning? What else?
Mr. Leslie needs to. I didn't mean to interrupt.
They gotta run away.
After the defendant rests, we will not be calling any witness.
What?
I laughed so hard when this happened. I was so shocked, and her reaction is priceless.
What? Wait, what? Wait, what?
What?
They're not calling any rebuttal witnesses?
What a disgrace.
What?
What an
I am backing that. What?
What? Were you guys shocked too? Were you guys shocked? I was shocked. MCAT wants to know if Shannon Burgess is still employed.
Okay.
We'll have to check.
You probably should have told the court that before you had the jurors come back tomorrow.
Right, exactly.
Because what the fuck are the jurors going to do tomorrow?
I think Hanky just decided last.
There's nothing else to put before the jury.
Yeah, this seems very spontaneous.
Yeah,
I think my
it was
goodness.
very
What am I
We're going to
do?
roll that back one more time.
Yep. I think armchair quarterback decision. Boom.
After the defendant rests, we will not be calling any witness, putting on any further evidence.
Okay. All right.
She's shocked too. You can hear her
No
voice.
rebuttal for
Thank God.
the Commonwealth.
Thank God. I did not.
I know.
want to
Look at
separate
all of them. Look at all their faces.
So the case is done. That's it. All the evidence is
What'd you
in.
say, Joel?
Look at all their faces. Look at them. Look at all the three on the lower row.
Oh yeah.
What?
Yeah, no, and you could just hear it in her voice. We'll take a peek at that again on Friday Night Lies. You could just
Bev
kind of
knows.
Yeah.
She's done with this case. Like, are you guys coming back tomorrow? Or are you gonna run away? Should we do another half day? You sure? I mean, it's gonna be hard. Do you really want to come back? I mean, why don't we just send her to jail right now? Okay, jurors. Like, that's basically her.
Exactly. Okay, I'm going to play something entertaining for you guys to end our night because this is so heavy and it's so nerve-wracking. So I'm going to just play this little bit. Hopefully it'll play. I didn't sign on to my ex tonight, so hopefully it'll play without me having signed on.
Is a cover-up. I don't know, Nancy Drew. Which one of these stories do you think is more believable? Karen Reed and John O'Keefe are at the waterfall happily gushing about how John's niece just got into a private school, and then in the 5-minute drive between the bar and the McAlbert's house, they suddenly get in some outrageous fight. And then minutes after they pull up, other people pull up and see that Karen is sitting in the car alone. Which apparently means that John was, crouched on the ground on the side of the car, hiding from the other people pulling up? And then once they took the time to walk inside, Karen Reed pulled 50 feet ahead, backed up 84 feet in reverse at 24 miles an hour, hit John perfectly with a clipping motion on the back of her taillight, sending John in a triple double axle pirouette backwards 7 feet into the snow, putting dog bites on his left arm, and mysteriously making his Apple Watch look like he just walked 86 steps and down 3 flights of stairs, while simultaneously causing lashes on the front of his face, which nobody can explain, and leaving shards of glass on the back bumper of the car that got towed and drove for 50, 60 something miles that didn't match the glass that was supposedly in his hand. And then Jen McCabe butt dialed John's phone 7 times, and then Higgins, after a long day at work, decided at 2:30 in the morning after throating whiskey gingers all day, decides he's going to go back to the police station at 2:30 in the morning to move cars. And then he's caught on a surveillance camera texting, making phone calls in the parking lot, which he says he doesn't remember because they were butt dialed. And then Higgins' phone butt dialed Brian Albert's phone, and then Brian Albert's phone butt dialed Higgins' phone, never leaving a voicemail on either one. And then they talked for 17 seconds, but they didn't talk because they were both butt dials, so their butt hung up on both sides of the phone multiple times. Because Timu Heisenberg was clapping his wife with their vicious German Shepherd in the room. Oh yeah, but the German Shepherd actually wasn't in the room because it didn't bark when there was a ton of cars and a bunch of police responders and fire trucks and whatnot out on the street and everybody screaming, including Karen, all caught on video. But they didn't wake up and they didn't hear it and the dog didn't bark. And then Jen McCabe went into the house to wake them up and went into their room, just burst into the room of a 30-year police detective. Nothing scary there at all. And she didn't see the dog because the dog wasn't in the room and also it didn't bark. But the dog sleeps in the room every night. And sometimes in the closet. Oh yeah, and then the trained first responder and 30-year police detective, while his friend supposedly was dead or dying out on his lawn, just decides to not come outside or anything. Then they sell their family home that's been in the family for generations, and then they mysteriously get rid of the dog. And then the day before their phones get subpoenaed, Brian Albert throws his in the trash, and then Higgins takes his to a military base and throws one in one garbage can and another broken SIM card that he destroyed in a dumpster. You know, because he's innocent! And then at 2 o'clock in the morning, Jen McCabe goes to her house and gets on her phone and watches It's Raining Men on YouTube and doesn't search How Long to Die in the Cold because some nerd said that it happened 4 hours later for no reason. Because I don't know about you, because when my friend is dead or dying in the lawn and there's first responders tending to him, I just pull up a quick Google search to see how long it would be before he died in the cold, even though he's right in front of me. So if you're paying for your cell phone minutes by the call, you better not go to Canton, because you'll just have all your friends butt dial each other 30 times in one night. Oh yeah, and did I forget to mention that when John got hit by the car, supposedly, his phone landed underneath his body, and they brought a guy to testify that that was the case, and they said, how did that happen? He goes, just because it did! Okay! Or he went in the house. Which is more believable?
I saw that today and I laughed because I needed something like that today. It's just been such a stressful week, and I just really needed that today. Now, there's been a couple people that have done rundowns like that without breathing. I think he probably did that in clips and then edited it together. Who's the gal a couple weeks ago that came to court and that got her picture taken with Turtle Boy? She's a young woman. She's a big time live streamer. She does a lot of cases. She's got 1 million followers. What is her name? Help me, people. She's got blonde hair. She's what's her name? I know it. I've watched her live streams before. She's very hip and young, and she's got tons of followers, probably in their 20s and 30s, and probably teenagers too. She does a lot of true crime, and she started covering Karen Reed during trial 1, and she ended up getting invited to go to court. Elisa or something like that. She did a rundown similar to that without taking a breath. And then there was this other young woman. I remember she had blonde hair. She did something similar to that too. Because they expect us to believe that all of that is normal. But Higgy and Chris Albert and Brian Albert pointing at John in the bar and making it look like, hey, I want to talk to you. We need to have a conversation. You need to come outside, or you need to come over. And then texting him, are you coming? That's not sketchy at all. That's not suspicious at all. And them imagining that a bunch of drunk cops could get into a fight about something that John may have found out that they did not want him to be talking about, or taking any further than where it already had gone, that they couldn't get in a fight about that. People can't wrap their head around that, but they can wrap their head around all of the stuff that nice man just breathed out at us, right? I
don't understand why he said, or he went.
Annie Elise. Thank you, Bert. I knew it was Elise something, but yes, thank you so much, Bert. Yes, that bro was hyped. He definitely was, but he literally listed everything that's wrong with this case that calls and screams for reasonable doubt.
Well, but see, I don't understand the reason. Well, like, yeah, like, so he listed all those things, and yeah, like, that all needs to be investigated. But then he said, like, or he went in the house. Like, why does him going in the house, like, negate everything else? Like,
Well, no, that's not what he meant. What he meant was, you can believe all of that, or you can believe that John went in the house. And if John went in the house, obviously he was hurt in the house. He could have gone on and on and on and said why everything happened, what happened in the house. But that's what I believe was his point, was that you can believe all of that was okay to happen, or you can believe that John simply went in the house and got the shit beat out of him in the house. That's where he was going with that.
Yeah, I mean that's still like, and like, see, like to me, like, I still have an issue, and I had an issue with this in the first trial, and I won't go on too long because I know you want to end, but like, in the first trial, like, again, I watched all the pre-trial. I read Buzz.com, and read what was coming out of court, and like, a little bit in, like, the comments and whatnot, but, like, read what was coming out of court, what was going into court, what was going on. Then during the trial, it was like, well, then this one, it was like, wait a minute, who the Christ was in the house? Who did this? Who did that? Like, still didn't make any sense. But I'm like, okay, I know she didn't do this, but, like, what exactly are they accusing her of doing? And they're like, no. But they're just like, oh, but he went in the house. 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 It's like, okay, what exactly happened in the house? Could he have come out of the house? And then between trial one and this trial, more shit came out and started making sense of stuff where it's like, no, he took steps here and the GPS is here. It's like, oh, so he went in the house, came back out, and then something happened, but, like, nothing proves. But like every single person that would talk about this case between, like, between the two trials, we're still stuck to, like, no, he walked in the house and immediately shit went down and he got hit and he was down and he never moved again. And then, there are steps on his phone and we don't know where they came from. So we're just going to say that, like, yeah, they went over and they carried John O'Keefe outside and they used his face to open his phone and they Googled this and they did this. And, like, that's wild. Or you could say he went in the house, came back outside, dropped his phone, or, went to go pee and immediately got attacked by somebody and Karen drove off. Like, sticking to that story is just as insane to me as, like, he walked in the door and immediately got attacked by the dog and 3 people.
Well, I don't necessarily think he immediately got attacked, but those guys were hyped. I mean, they were this close. I don't think anyone really realizes how close that was to going down right there in the waterfall. And then maybe John wouldn't have died. So I wished it had gone down in the waterfall, but they were this close to just having all hell break. I think that's why Jen wanted to get Karen out of there and you ride with me. Because I think Jen thought they were going to fight right there in the parking lot of the waterfall. That's just my opinion on it. Because I've watched bar fights break out right before my eyes many times when I was a police officer and when I was in college and out with my friends. So I know how fast everything can be totally normal and boom, guys are fighting. So that is not beyond the pale to me that John went in the garage, words were immediately spoken and fists were flying. That is not at all impossible that happened.
Well, no, but then how do you explain like, if you were to believe the GPS and stuff like that, like what's synced up with his phone, like if you take half of that away, how do you explain the movement of his phone?
Well, a lot of people are still,
where it goes back out to her car and then walks this way.
Because a lot of people are still buying into the up and down the stairs is that he did go in the front door and that he did go down in the basement.
Yeah.
A lot of people think that's where it happened. And then afterwards they carried him. And after all the kids left and everybody was gone, they carried him out and put him in the garage and got him closer to moving him out into the lawn when that Ford Edge magically appeared out in front of the house. So, I mean, we're never going to know unless somebody tells the truth. But in order for him to have gone up and down 3 flights of stairs, there's no other logical explanation. It certainly didn't happen in that car. There's no way that they recorded going up and down 3 flights of stairs on that drive over from the
Oh
water.
God, no.
There's absolutely no way. So I still am of the opinion that it happened in the basement. And then when afterwards, when they realized what the hell happened and that he was dying or dead, that they put him in the garage. And that's why his phone temperature went down, because it's cold in your garage in the winter. And so, especially on that particular night, it would have been extra cold. So my guess is that my theory is that they put him out in the garage, and then after they got their shit together and their oh shit moment was over and they got figured out what they had to do, that Ford Edge plays into this. There's absolutely no way it doesn't. And I totally believe Lucky. There was absolutely a Ford Edge parked in front of that house. He saw it. I believe him. And that Ford Edge played a role. If it was Kevin Alberts or if it was Chris Alberts, it played a role in putting John out on that lawn. There's no doubt in my mind. No hypothermia. Right, Bert. Exactly. Bert just read my mind. No hypothermia, no frostbite, because he was in the freaking garage. But the garage would be cold enough for his phone battery to show cold. If you leave, go test it this winter when winter comes around again, in case you're all wondering, leave your phone out in the garage in the middle of winter and see what happens to it. I guess you'd have to take it in though, wouldn't you, to see what the battery was. But I really think that makes the most logical sense of the fight, that he went in the house, hello, went down the basement to have their little chat that they wanted to have with John because he pissed him off. It wasn't just about Karen. There's something else nefarious going on here. But we'll talk more about it. We've got all Friday night to go over everything, the rest of Dr. Rentschler, the little bit that's left with Hank and his ham sandwiches, and obviously what's going to happen tomorrow and Friday. So we'll have plenty to do on Friday Night Lies. Julie, thank you as usual for being here and being such an amazing co-host, and for all your experiments. Thanks to everybody live with us in the live chat tonight. Thanks to our new subscribers. Thanks to Kathy and Kim and MCAT for being our first members section participants. I truly appreciate you guys. And Turd, if you watch on the replay or if you're still here, it was great to have you and to converse with you again. And we will be back tomorrow night. I will have a short live show giving you just the facts, ma'am, about these other 3 families that I have met here in Florida. It will be a short show because of the length of tonight and the length I'm expecting out of Friday Night Lies. So it'll just be introductory into these other 3 very sad, tragic deaths. Well, missing. 2 of them are missing. The other 2 have passed. I'm just going to give you a brief introduction into each one of their cases. I won't have any family with me tomorrow night. And then Friday Night Lies, we'll be back at 8 o'clock, Friday Night Lies. And I'll look forward to seeing you all again soon. Thank you for caring about people that have been unalived by the hands of someone else. Thank you for standing for their advocacy. And thank you for caring about justice. Get some sleep, everybody. It's going to be a long, stressful weekend. Thanks, everyone.
Night,
Cheers.
everybody.
Cheers to all of you, and thank you. Good night. And as Julie always says,
ground's not frozen. Ground wasn't frozen.
Wasn't frozen. Those
coconuts don't shatter into a million pieces like a skull.
Those equations didn't happen by the grass. John went in the house. Free Karen Reed. Justice for John O'Keefe.
They try to silence the truth we shout, but we're still here, we're still calling out. Corruption hides behind a badge of name. We light the fire, expose the shame. We're justice seekers, we'll fight the fight for every voice lost in the night. My just us. We're a movement wide. Together we rise, won't run nor hide. The stories echo, the pain runs deep. For stolen lives we can't just weep. Elected power, but their hearts are cold. We'll bring the truth, let it be told. We're justice seekers, we'll fight the fight. For every voice lost in the night. My life mattered is the cry we sing. For the ones they try to bury within. It's just us, we're movement wide. Together we rise, won't run nor hide. We're justice seekers, we'll fight the fight. For heal wounds, undo the harm. Calling out corruption, we'll stand tall. For justice and truth, we'll risk it all. My life mattered is the cry we sing. Together we rise, let freedom ring.
So we will be giving you an introduction. If you haven't been following this case at all, you probably have a little bit, because most of us don't live under a rock. And this was a terrible, horrible tragedy that happened to these 4 young college students in Idaho, at the University of Idaho. So we're going to start an introduction to this case starting next week. And then we will be covering the trial when and if it ever happens. It's been put off for such a long time. But there is some very interesting information and evidence that's come out via surveillance cameras in the neighborhood surrounding the house, that there is possibly a third-party culprit, and they are going to be introducing, it looks like, a third-party culprit defense. So this could end up to be a little bit similar to Karen Reed and John O'Keefe in that way, because other than there's 2 surviving roommates. They were not unalived. They did not call 911 until after 11 a.m. the next day. And there's a lot of very bizarre information coming out of this case. Parents of 2 of the victims were involved in drugs and drug dealing. It's got a lot of darkness to it. It's not just what it looked like on the surface with Brian Kohlberger being the accused and arrested and going to trial. I never really spent a lot of time deciding my opinion on this case because so much of the evidence has been kept from us. It's been difficult to actually try to form an opinion if they have the right guy or not. But what I have seen that has come out recently, and what his lawyer, the different motions his lawyer has filed, and some of the other live streamers have been digging like really good detectives, I think you'll be quite surprised at how much surveillance there is that points to another car and possibly points to this character, Farley. So I'll be getting to all that next week, and then we'll be following this trial when it happens. So I hope you'll join us for that, and rest in peace, Kaylee, Madison, Ethan, and Xana. And I'll see some of you tomorrow night, and I'll see most of you on Friday night. Thanks, everyone. Take care. Just us. My life mattered.
try to silence the truth we shout, but we're still here, we're still calling out. Corruption hides behind a badger name. We light the fire, expose the shame. We're justice seekers, we'll fight the fight for every voice lost in the night. My life mattered is the cry we sing for the ones they tried to bury within. It's just us, we're a movement wide. Together we rise, won't run nor hide. The stories echo, the pain runs deep. For stolen lives we can't just weep. Elected power, but their hearts are cold. We'll bring the truth, let it be told. We're justice seekers, we'll fight the fight for every voice lost in the night. My life mattered is the cry we sing for the ones they tried to bury within. It's just us, we're a movement wide. Together we rise, won't run nor hide. We're justice seekers, we'll fight the fight. The heroes undo the harm. Calling out corruption, we'll stand tall for justice.